What up? Bada boom. Would be good if I unmuted myself. But how's it going? How are we doing today? Got quite a bit to talk about, Chad, don't we? Tim Dog melting down again? Why? What's he saying? Oh wait, I can actually see what he's saying now. Thanks to Elongo Musk. So chat, I rang up the opticians today, right? Rang up the opticians today and I said I need to get my eyes tested because they cancelled my eye test last week. And I said I need to get an appointment. I said they tell me, when was the last time you had your test? And I said 9 months ago. And they said, well, what makes you think you need an eye test now? And I said, because with my prescription glasses, I can't read the text. And they said, how close are you standing to the text? And I said, with my reading glasses, I'm standing less than 2 centimeters away, and I still can't read it at times because my eyes are blurred. And they go, okay, I think you might need to come back in. That was it was an interesting conversation. But how's we all doing? Hey, Paul, Woody, John, Bullets. I'm good, Bullets. Yeah, I can see Tim Dog's timeline. He's off on one again. I can't believe after all this time, he is still at it. Guy needs a new hobby. Oh, God. That's crazy. Uber Eats, huh? I don't get why people are saying Xbox is dead. Look, I know we're going to get into it in a little bit as more people trickle in, but the TLDR, Xbox has changed. And whether you like it or not, they're changing in the direction that they want to go in because they believe that that is the best course for the business. There's two forms of business. One is for the future generation, like my kids. Wait, Oreo. Yeah, I see you, Oreo. Yeah, don't do that. Don't knock everything down. Don't be a typical cat. But yesterday, while playing a game, I was streaming Final Fantasy 14. And something actually happened yesterday. I know Bullets was there, and I think John was there as well, John Gray. But something happened yesterday, and I went into full, literally, fanboy mode for Final Fantasy 11. And I experienced something yesterday that I haven't experienced in gaming for a long, long time. And those that saw me yesterday when I was just exploring the area, it's a small area, but they could see the amount of joy and bliss that I received from that little area. It was truly magical. And honestly, like, I really don't know how else to say it, but I think in general, gaming as a hobby has been lost to so many people. In the pursuit to get these Salt videos out, in the pursuit to fanboy wars and console war, I think something along the way has been lost. And it's people's ability to enjoy their games without having to justify it. I don't know what it was about me visiting Juno yesterday, but that was something that I've been wanting from gaming for such a long time. And to be hit with that hard nostalgia point, it kind of set a lot of things into perspective for me yesterday. Why would you say there's no point in investing in any Microsoft hardware? I've never heard something so pointless. And so, wrong. Hey, Snowy. Dude, John, yesterday, I'm telling you, you know those you had to be there moments to actually let it click in? It was just one of those moments where it took me 20 years back almost to when gaming for me was at its prime with MMOs. And I started playing Final Fantasy 11 in 2007, I think. I remember getting the official Xbox magazine, and they had the beta demo available for it that you could play for like 3 months before the game's launch and whatnot. And as I said to you on stream, my plan was to finish the campaign in that 3 months. I ended up playing it for 7 years before I moved over to 14. But it truly brought me back to what I call the golden age of gaming. And that's something I've longed for in gaming for such a long time, and it was nice to experience that. Sanchez, I bought it day one, mate. That Play Anywhere was an instant seller for me. I bought that day one. That was instant buy for me, dude. Oh, I see what's going on here. Now I see what people were saying when they said it was slightly off. Now it's not anymore. Okay, that's fixed up. Bugalicious! I'm surprised you did not say Commodore 64, Paul. I'm surprised. That was a great time to be gaming. The 7-year one. Hey, look, it started off at 3 months. It escalated to 7 years, okay? Shit happens. Dude, I remember I was in an XP party. My mum was to my left, my in-laws were to my left, and I was XPing in Quiffim, and I was about to ding, as we used to call it back then, which basically means level up. And the missus was sitting there with my mum having Branston Hicks. And then my mum was like, she needs to go right now. And for some stupid reason, I said, give me a minute, I'm about to ding. And I don't know why I said that. Because clearly there were more important things than leveling up. But I still remember today, my mum made me remember that day very well as she got up and smacked me across the head. Nikkei was probably Monday. I think it was Monday. I signed in and done a few things. Woofering, I haven't touched in a long time. I think, honestly, there was that kind of event with that dude over in the top left-hand corner with the dreams and stuff and the wishes. I stopped playing about 2/3 of the way through from that one. I don't know what it is with Woofering. I just got bored of it. The real is. I mean, I've heard a lot of copium takes today regarding the whole Xbox side. You know, I've seen some clips of people saying some really stupid stuff, but man, it's interesting. It's interesting. But before we get into the actual crux of the stuff, has anyone seen the new trailer by Obsidian? So apparently Obsidian have released a new trailer for Avowed. So I thought we'd start with Avowed a little bit because this is kind of cool. It looks really nice. You can forge your destiny. Purchase the premium edition. See, this is really important, chat. They say, and play up to 5 days early. Can you see the messaging here? It's really, really important. They don't say play 5 days early. They say play up to 5 days early. Because for the first 3 days, the game isn't going to work, or the servers are not going to work. So by saying play up to 5 days early, they're covering their backs legally because they know. They know it's going to go horribly wrong on launch. Is Avowed always online? Hey, Automata. Hey, I don't actually know if it's always online, but when you turn around and say stuff like play up to 5 days early, that's sending the wrong signals, man. That's just telling me you are well prepared for this. So if people don't get their 5 days, you don't have to pay them back. I don't know, Automata. Ghosty, it really depends, right? It really depends. It depends on the pricing of the hardware. Not everyone is in a position to spend £1,500 on a PC. But they might be in a position to spend £500 on a console. That's the difference. So it really depends. I mean, I get it in your case, but I think a lot of people constantly just use that PC argument as a gotcha, and I know you're not doing that personally because you're kind of focusing this on yourself, but for anyone else that's looking at it from the outside, I know you're not looking at it in that way, but a lot of people do use it in that gotcha way. But not everyone wants a PC, and not everyone wants to spend 3 times the amount you spend on a console to get, a good performance. So at the same time, it's just, it is different. Yeah, Fire Stick is still cloud gaming. People still want their native gaming, right? There are people who do not want to cloud game if they can avoid it. So the console still has a place in the market. Next Xbox at 900 quid. Yeah, I see it around there. Did I put the thing on? Okay, desktop audio is off anyway, so it doesn't matter. Hey, you get 2 premium sets of skins, chat. And a digital art book. Alright, this game's got spiders. I'm out. Why would they have to put spiders in there? Hey, Byron. That deal broke down real quick, didn't it, Sanchez? But does it come with a code in there, Automata? Or just or does the disc come in there? Yeah, Concord was a flop. Astrobot at least was a good game. Remasters are remasters. But yeah, their recent string has not been great. It has not. But let's look at this. This is the current campaign that Xbox is doing right now. This is Xbox. This is an Xbox. And they are not throwing the console away. It is still at the center of everything they do. It is the first one in their branding and the last one to close it off. Everything in between is also capable of either natively or via cloud able to play it, but it starts with an Xbox and ends with an Xbox. And I think that's really important with this messaging. But a lot of people are really upset with this campaign. Like, really, really upset. Like, I think Gaz lost it completely, which was funny to see. But what's your thoughts on this campaign? If they put anything else at the beginning, I can understand. But even if you look at the trailer, we'll come back to Avowed in a bit because there was something else I wanted to talk about on Avowed. Right, let me see if I can find the trailer. I know I had it. Let me just search for Xbox. It's going to be there. Alright. So if we go here, we'll come back to this picture in just a sec. So if we're looking at this, it literally opens up with "this is an Xbox," with the console being the first thing you actually see. So they are still putting the console itself at the beginning of everything. So to turn around and say that the console isn't part of their focus is being a bit disingenuous. However, this now tells you a clear message. And this feels like more of an educational tool, educational campaign, than it does for anything else. But they are really pushing this hard now. Like, they've even got, merch for this shit. Right? They ain't got merch for "this is not an Xbox." This is an Xbox. This is an Xbox. This is not an Xbox. This is not an... So they are really, really going ham for this. They really want to drill this message home. And I think the message is really important. Phantom Archer, I think that was probably the biggest oversight that they did here. I totally agree. I was talking to my friend at work today, and we both pretty much almost at the same time said, where is Game Pass? At the root of it, that is the only negative I can see on this campaign. Well, Arthur, it's the console will be the only place right now where you can play native Xbox games, right? Not the PC version, but the native Xbox games, your native Xbox One games, your native 360 games, and your native OG games. At least legally, without emulation. The other places, through cloud and PC, cannot. They can provide you with a experience, but they can't provide you with the complete experience. But what this is telling you is that there are multiple ways for you to get into Xbox gaming. And this advert here, this campaign, isn't for me. I think they've realized that people like me are coming, as I said in my video yesterday, which it wasn't actually too bad. I thought I'd lose a lot more subs than I actually did, so Maybe some people resonated with it. I don't know. But anyway, getting back on topic. This is more for the newer generation. They want to appeal to the Fortniters, the Robloxers, the Minecrafters, the Apex Legenders. They want to appeal to those and let them know that no matter what they're playing on, there is an Xbox app there for them that will allow them to play Xbox games. And the hope is that once they dive into the ecosystem, they will spread their wings and play other games as well and sign up to Game Pass. But Game Pass here should have been featured, and not being featured was a massive, massive oversight. Oh, look. We have a Steve-O here. He's late. Everyone, let him know he's late. The one time I'm on time, he's late. To be fair, Jay Barry has criticized Lego Horizon, and he showcased a couple of clips, and I kind of agree with him. Not only did they change the lore of Lego Horizon, of Horizon in general, they made Aloy just be a complete idiot, which is, I get it's a kids game, so they needed to tone it down a little, but not to that extent. So I kind of agree with Jay Barry on that one. I know a lot of people disagreed with him because they're going to, but I actually, with the clips that he showed, I actually agree with him. They could have handled Aloy way better than they did. See, Alpha One knows. After thinking about Phil all day, I see the plan of action and actually like it. It's similar to when I worked. Well, it's evolving. And, there's two ways of looking at it, right? There's the old generation like me, the oldies like me, who are growing up and stuck in our old ways, I guess. And, when I look at my kids playing games, they just jump from place to place, whether it's on their phone, onto my PC, onto the Xbox, onto the tablet. And I see them just jumping from platform to platform, playing one of three games. It's either Minecraft, Roblox, or I can't remember what the other one is. But it's always this. It's like similar games, but that if I tell them to get off my PC, they'll just go onto something else that can continue where they left off. And I think this campaign definitely is educational to that audience, letting them know that no matter where you are gaming, there is an app of Xbox, and that's eventually what Xbox is going to become, an app in most of these places. And of course, you're going to always have the console there until they stop making consoles. I think they've still got at least one console in them. I think both of them have, both Sony and PlayStation. But after that console, I can't see them. I mean, if Sony does go ahead with the PS6, I don't see a PlayStation 7. They will. I know they're already starting, looking into things now, but I think with them giving themselves, they've given themselves 6 years. I think the PS6 will arrive probably around 28 instead of 30, and then you'll probably have another 6 years, 7 years on the PS6. So you're looking about 10 to 12 years. Sony will be doing the same thing. Dude, I loved my Commodore 64. We need that shift lock run stop play shift lock action still today, mate. That's what we need. That used to be a rhythm back then. You know, we're gonna get into the interview a little later. But does anyone want to jump in? You know, this call does have call-ins. So does anyone want to jump in and actually give their thoughts on this without, you know, being an idiot? There's the StreamYard link. If anyone has like a thing to share, all I ask is, A, if you're going to be on camera, you know, be dressed. Don't be half naked and stuff. And secondly, please keep background noise to an absolute minimum, and please make sure you don't have a Temu mic. Yeah, if anyone's interested in jumping in. Death Stranding is definitely an interesting one. Those games were in development under Sony's umbrella. So no matter how people want to, portray it, Sony isn't the type of company that will allow this sort of thing under their guise. They are way more cutthroat, but all of these versions of the games were being developed while under Sony's control. So PlayStation fans can jump through any hopium and copium loop and they want, but at the end of the day, it's all there. And I know then they're going to turn around and say, well, MLB was forced upon them. They also had the choice to give up the development of that, right? No one held Sony at gunpoint and said, you have to develop this game. You don't have to hold on to the license. No one told them that. They made the choice. Whether they wanted it or not is irrelevant. They had a choice and they chose to release that game on Xbox. So I think over the next few years, it's going to be interesting to see where it's going. I mean, if you think about it, years ago, they turned around and said that the Decima engine would never work on Xbox. And look where we are now. Hey, Jago. At this point, I don't think it's worth it to make it. I can see Stellar Blade coming. I don't see Helldivers coming. Stellar Blade is just a third-party contract. Once that contract is up, like Silent Hill, it'll make its way over. I mean, at the end of the day, Arthur, if enough money is exchanged, Marvel will do anything. Marvel's literally a whore. Pay them enough, and they will do anything you want. Oh, Paul, when it goes to PC, it's going to be crazy. Woodpit, I am jealous. I had pork roast, pudding. Whoa! What happened there? Alright, we're back. I just noticed that it said OBS disconnected and reconnected, so hopefully we're all good. It's quite funny because my contact at Sony reached out to me, and they offered me a code for Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered, which I'm going to do some videos on. Well, at least one video on. But for Horizon, Lego actually said no to me. They said my channel wasn't kiddie enough. That was their official response. I thought that was quite funny. Magnavox Odyssey? I don't even know what that is. I've never heard of that in my life. I don't know. I'm not blaming them, John. I'm not blaming them. I'm just saying I thought it was quite funny. I'll pick it up instead. I did tell him that, Ghosty. I can't remember if mine was an Atari 2600 or 5200. I don't know, Arthur. Trump's FTC will let USA and Microsoft buy any game studio. He hates foreign companies like PlayStation that take American jobs. I mean, he's doing all sorts of things at the moment, which I'm not going to get into because I don't want to turn this into a political smear contest. But I think things are going to change in that department. So no one has anything they want to call in on regarding this is an Xbox? I do think, though, this is pretty much a educational piece more than anything else. I don't see this as anything other than an educational, but they are going hard on this to let everyone know that there are more ways to play Xbox. But let me put a poll up, because I've got an interesting question for you all. Yeah, I showed that just a few minutes ago, Scorpio. They are really going hard with this. And honestly, I think it's a good thing. They're picking a lane and they're going with it. We kind of knew that they were going in this direction anyway. So for them to pick a lane and finally just roll with it, I'm actually happy with that. You know, I'm happier that they've done that and kind of gotten away from this rubbish hidden stuff than what, you know, kind of word mangling, and they've just kind of put themselves out there. I appreciate that so much more. But let me just put this poll up. Ah, come on. You know what? I've just realized you guys don't hear the super chats being read out. Only I do. Alright, there's the poll. JD Gamer, thank you so much for that $10 super chat. The only thing that Xbox has to do is share profits from their store and give any manufacturer 5% for every purchase made through their store on their device, as long as they're exclusive. As long as they are the exclusive game store. The only thing that Xbox has to do is share profits. I mean, they're doing that anyway. If Capcom put a game on the Xbox store, they're giving 30% from their store and give any manufacturer as long as they're the exclusive game store. I don't understand that. You know, don't feel you need to super chat to explain it, but I'm not quite understanding that. Put a comment in there. I think he means offering 5% more if they... Ah, I see. So instead of 30%, they'll take 35%. Okay, that makes more sense. Well, Epic Games have tried that and it didn't work. The Epic Game Store tried that. Epic Game Store turned around and tell developers that Epic will take 12% of the share, while they take 88% of the share. And that still wasn't enough. Well, I got that. Microsoft takes 30%, they take 70%, so you're saying take 75%. But yeah, Epic did the same thing, but they gave 88%, and they still do. And people still don't buy. But it'll be interesting because at least Microsoft has a better standing shop. So that's actually not a bad shout at all. That actually makes a lot more sense now. At the end of the day, these companies like money, and if they can sell more, they'll be happy to do more. I played Xbox on Rogue Ally and Series X on a 98-inch QLED. Well, that $10 has gone towards my X-Real fund, which is coming along nicely. Okay, let's update my X-Real fund. So that is where my X-Real fund is currently. I'm kind of collecting all the donations and super chats that are coming in from keeping it in one place, all summarized up. Because I do want to pick that up and review it. So 65% said it is not the only place they play Xbox games. 35% said it is. I think that's really, and that's 37 votes. Come on, chat. There's 75 of you in here. Let's get that vote number to around 50 at least. What am I playing at the moment? I'm actually playing a few things at the moment. Hey, sup, Power Boss? I'm playing Life is Strange. I'm playing Brothers: A Tale of Two. which I'm really enjoying at the moment. I'm playing Final Fantasy 14, as you're aware. I'm playing Starfield. I haven't really dug deep into other the RPGs like Metaphor yet. I'm kind of saving those for December when I'm actually off work for a month. So, but yeah, I'm playing a bit of everything at the moment. Dungeons of Hinterberg, I played a little bit today during my lunch break, which I really enjoyed. So I'm playing a little bit of everything. I think 5% if buy a game on Fire Stick over, say, buying games on Xbox Store will service. I think the way Microsoft has done it, I don't think they're going to give Amazon anything. I think they would have given them an upfront cost for having it on their platform, and that's it. The whole purpose with them going to court with Amazon and Google in the first place was so they wouldn't have to pay royalties. If all the manufacturers agree and only put the Xbox Game Store on their devices along with having an Xbox ID number that those devices can be counted. Ah, I see, JD Gamer. That makes a lot more sense. I think that's what you're seeing right now anyway. That's kind of the direction. They're slowly, getting exclusivity with these. They've always had a good relationship with Samsung and so they've gone that way. And now Amazon has kind of jumped in as well into bed with Microsoft, even though they're also trying to... Is it Amazon or Google right now that's trying to sue them for their Azure cloud? My sound is cutting out. Is it cutting out for anyone else? Gaming, try refreshing your page. Well, Weapon X, it's interesting that you mentioned Battle.net app, because if you look at this, and we'll come back to the whole Xbox thing, I'm going to put this here again for anyone that wants to chime in regarding the This Is an Xbox campaign. If you have any thoughts, again, if you're going to be on camera, please be adequately dressed, no background noise, and have a clean mic. Blizzard joins the Battle.net family. Sorry. Avowed joins the Battle.net family. We look forward to seeing how you enjoy Avowed on Battle.net's premium PC experience when it launches on February 18. So it is going to be on Battle.net. So it's funny you should say that, Weapon. I think at this point, do they need the Battle.net app? I'm not quite sure, but I think they should have some form of Xbox integration with Battle.net properly. Not just a login kind of thing, but being able to utilize some other stuff like the friends list and whatnot. The developer platform cut remains 70-30. Yep, but Xbox gives up 5% to the device manufacturer to be the exclusive game store. No, I understand what you meant, JD. I understand what you meant. I think they'd probably have to give maybe 10% in order to do that. And then those games would need to sell in order to keep that flow coming. But Microsoft doesn't want exclusivity. They've gone past the point of wanting exclusivity. What they want is for you to be able to play games everywhere. And they want their games to be played everywhere. Honestly, I think Battle.net and everything that Microsoft has should all kind of just be under the Xbox Game Pass app. Maybe have like different tabs within it to switch between Battle.net and Call of Duty and whatever they want to do. But I think everything should be nested under the Xbox app on PC. There's no reason to have 5 different launchers. Everything should be under one. But you're going to see a lot of videos now where Xbox is dead, Xbox is dead, Xbox is dead. It is not dead. It is not dead because that will be the... Xbox is going to be the number one place to play your Game Pass games. As well as PC, of course. But if you want to play your games day one at, an affordable rate on a native console, the Xbox console will always be that for you. And in the end, that should be all that matters. I disagree, Olin. I actually use it all the time now. I've only ever had one problem with the Xbox app. That was years ago with Halo Master Chief Collection, where it wouldn't install one of the campaigns. Or it said it's installed, but it wasn't installed, and I don't know why it said that, and I had to do some mental gymnastics with stuff in order for it to realize that it wasn't installed. But that's really been the only issue I've ever had with it. Yeah, I think Xbox as a traditional console, a traditional base as we know it, is a thing of the past. They've evolved way beyond that, and we knew it was evolving beyond that anyway. And as we saw in the poll, that I just did now, was it? Where's the poll? Ooh. Bada bada bing, bada bing, bada bing. 64% said that the Xbox was not the only place that they play games. And I think that's really important. Because for a lot of people that are saying that this is unacceptable, this is not the way it should be, and yet it is not the only place that they play Xbox games. I've got a Steam Deck, and obviously my internet is really bad. So I can't really play cloud gaming, and that's a real problem for me, because I actually really like cloud gaming. Hey, sup, Power Boss? So that's why I want to pick up an Asus ROG. I was hoping for the handheld, but as we found out, that's not going to be a thing. So that kind of sucks. And, that's a bit of a problem. But gaming... Will more Activision games be coming to Game Pass soon, like the old COD? I think so, gaming. They're going to come slowly, but surely. That's how they've been. Let's just put this back out there again. If you game on PC and you're playing on Xbox over Steam, then you're gaming wrong. Even on PC, I'm playing through Game Pass PC anyway. And I like the options. Again, if you are gonna jump on, and I couldn't close because I don't want to see anything crazy. Clean mic and no background noise. And once you're done, feel free to... once you've made your point and had your discussion, then you can feel free to jump off and let other people jump in. Or we have someone in the chat box waiting. Yeah, bullets, I'm kind of hoping that the LIX will drop in price. And now I've been told that the LIX2 is around the corner. It's been announced. So I might wait for CES in January. This is how it works. You wait until January for the Asus ROG Ally 2 to get revealed, and the never-ending cycle continues. Hey, buddy. Let me make sure they can hear you. Yeah, it's fine. Alright, that's fine. Go for it. I think they can hear you now.
How's everybody doing?
I wonder how many times they're going to bloody clip me today. But yeah, Bullets, that's the biggest issue. But yeah, what's your thoughts on this? This is an Xbox. This is a cat box. There's also a bento box in there.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing. It's funny, but it's true, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, but
yeah, it's funny.
What's your thoughts on it? Like, in terms of Xbox's kind of branding? Because now they've chosen a lane. Up until now, they hadn't chosen a lane, but now they've actually picked a lane, and they're saying, right, that's it.
Everywhere.
You know, we've got this vision that we want. We've decided what we want to do. And we understand that this is going to piss off the hardcore audience. And we're okay with that. We're okay with pissing off our old, loyal, hardcore audience, because what they want isn't what is going to be the future. We are happy to damage the brand now for long-term gain. And that is exactly what they are doing. Let me just read that super chat real quick.
They did it 10 years ago when they put everything onto Game Pass and, you know, started that whole process day and date.
I know it read it out, but I think we were talking over it, so let me just quickly read this. The Xbox console is the best place to play and the only place to get all Xbox exclusive features. Quick resume is awesome. Auto HDR is a love-hate relationship because my TV sucks. So it does support HDR, but it becomes like almost like a cave where you can't see anything. And I can't change it. I just need a new TV. Smart delivery is good. FPS boost is amazing. I mean, in terms of features, it's great. I wouldn't take much listening to what Colt said about the UDNC. That was a whole bunch of fluff, so ignore that entirely. But thank you very much for that $5 super chat. You are absolutely right in terms of Xbox features. And just to give you a rough idea of how cool Quick Resume is, do you remember a game? Oh, what was it called? I only put it on the other day. It was that game that narrated too much, like constantly. It was this fluffy animal. Nope, I am not a furry. That is not confirmed.
Sifu?
No.
Stray.
No, come on. Someone in chat must know what game I'm talking about.
You mentioned it the other day, didn't you?
I did.
I remember you talking about it. You said you hadn't touched it for like 2 years.
I hadn't touched it for 2 years. And then I went back to it just to boot up a Game Pass game for my Microsoft Rewards. And it wasn't a Microsoft game. But no, I put it on to see where I last left. And it actually remembered. It actually auto-resumed from where I left off. That is so freaking cool. So, auto-resume.
I remember you talking about it, but I don't remember the name of it.
Quick resume is so good.
I mean, you could probably just turn on your Xbox console and it would be on your bar.
It is. Biomutant, there's the one.
Yeah,
Invictus to save the day. But yeah, Quick Resume is so good. It is so good. It's one of my favorite features on Xbox. There's so many good features on Xbox.
Now I can see Sony doing this and that will make their place the console to play all Xbox and Sony games. You know, I saw a Twitter post the other day that was somebody who was listing the PlayStation 5 exclusive remaining games and going with things that have been announced, like Stellar Blade coming to PC. There is a single game, one, that is still exclusive to PlayStation. That's any worth of semblance of playing or trying to play.
That would be GT7 and Demon Souls, right?
Just Demon Souls.
GT7 isn't on PC.
It got announced, didn't it?
No. It was leaked in the NVIDIA files, but it's not been announced.
Oh,
Astrobot will never
maybe
make
that's
its
what I'm
way.
thinking of.
Ventura.
No, Astrobot's already been announced.
No way.
Yeah, 2025 release.
Let me
Late
see.
2025 release. But there was 5 games. It was Astrobot, Demon Souls, Horizon Call of the Mountain, or the PSVR 2. I can't think of the other 2 right now, but basically the only one that's even worth it is Demon Souls. That is still a PlayStation exclusive, and that's PS4, not even PS5. Yeah, see, Gorsey agrees with me.
Oh, they
But yeah,
just
it was
said we
only
want
5
to
games
hear
that were
from
listed.
you. They said regarding a PC release, they want to hear from you.
Mm.
Yeah, that's not really an announcement.
Okay.
I get what they're saying there, but that's not really an
So
announcement.
it's an official, unofficial announcement to test the waters of if they would like to
if
see.
there's demand for it.
Yeah.
And I think we've all seen that platformers just don't make money.
1.5 million on a PC for a platformer. I don't see a huge demand. It'd probably sell like another million, maybe.
Oh, JD Gamer. Let's bring him in.
Hey.
Hey, JD. Let me know what you think about this.
Hey.
This is an Xbox.
Well, I tend to think that Xbox is everything that they say it is and more.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that they want us to play on all these devices, I think they picked the lane like you said earlier, and I think they just need to stay in it.
100%.
They add to that. You know, they go out there and crush their competition, as I expect we all really want from them. That's what we really want them to compete.
Yep.
Even if it's not the way we thought we wanted them to, they're taking us into the next generation.
Yep.
I can agree with that.
And with that, you have to compete a new way. I've watched countless stores, countless retail places, countless online venues go out of business because they couldn't change their business practices. Xbox doesn't want to be that guy. And that's okay. I mean, look at Game over in your country.
Thank God.
GameStop over here.
Yep.
You change or you die. And
Yeah.
PlayStation is refusing to change at the speed that they need to. That's a purely Japanese thing that they've done. Japan suffered from that once before. They literally used to be the top when it came to microchips. It wasn't TSMC. It wasn't AMD. It was Japan. Japan is known for making this same mistake. And they're making it again.
I think it's because of their Kaizen model. They don't like to make big changes, they like to make subtle, small changes over time. And they've kind of had that kind of Kaizen philosophy throughout their whole history, and it's something that they kind of evoke and evolve with as a culture, and it's worked for them over the years. And as you say, sometimes it backfires and it bites them in, the backside the wrong way. But even if you see what Hiroki Totoka said, he even referred to the Kaizen, I think it's called Kaizen, the Kaizen method of structural change, which is small incremental changes, and it's a cultural thing. So you're right in that regard. But one thing Microsoft hasn't done up until this point, which you also mentioned, was pick a lane. And I think that's really important because up until now, they've not really known which direction they were going in. Now, I do see a lot of copium
That is
out there.
true.
You know,
Mhm.
people picking up, oh, they're putting games on other platforms and this is only a good thing for Xbox. No, I think that's actually partly somewhat of a negative when it comes to
I
it
think that's
because
just a money game moving forward.
they're looking at it as a money thing, but I also
Yep.
think doing that kind of sends out the wrong signal for your brand. Why am I
It can.
buying your console when I can get it elsewhere on another console?
I think you're both right. I think that yeah, I think that it is about money, definitely, because software is where the money is at. But I also believe that in terms
Sorry,
of
man, there's a
brand
lot of background
identity,
noise from someone. I can barely
So,
hear you.
sorry.
that
Okay.
in terms of what do they do about their brand identity, I think they're picking that and they're telling us now. I think they've been signaling for quite a while that they wanted to use what I'm going to call the Surface model. They're still going to have their hardware,
Hmm.
but they're going to put their games just like Windows is everywhere. But you can still go buy a Surface if you want the best Windows experience. You go do it on a Surface because everything just works together easily. But if you just want a Windows experience, you can pick up a Dell, or you can pick up an Asus, you can pick up anything you want.
And this is why I said that the next console that's going to come from Xbox will be um, what was the word? A reference console, where Xbox is going to have the
Absolutely
blueprint
right.
for the base console, and then you're going to see others like Asus, MSI, and whatnot releasing their version of it. So you're going to have like the Steam Deck, and then everyone else around them releasing their souped up version, but at a more expensive price. So if you want more, you get more. That's what I think is
I,
going to
I
happen.
will say the real years in the chat makes up a good point between the Xbox and the PlayStation ecosystems, where cross save and cross play possible. Xbox is doing that with PC and PC Game Pass, whereas PlayStation, if you buy God of War on Steam, you don't get anything with the PS4, PS5, except maybe trophies if you do the PSN login.
It's weird
You don't get
because
dual entitlement.
you don't get dual entitlement, but originally Sony was during the PS3 days, I believe it was, they were doing dual entitlement and that whole cross save feature, and then they stopped. They did that during the days of the PS3, and somewhere along the line they stopped because I guess money. Money's a motivator, right?
Well, they
To-
stopped doing it because in PS3 they were getting their butts kicked, and so I think they turned around in PS4 once they saw they were winning and said, "We no longer need to do that. We no longer need to compete at that level."
well, yeah. I mean, a lot of the changes you're seeing now are probably through necessity rather than adversity because of the Xbox One's dismal performance. It was really the worst. You know, when Phil Spencer said it was the worst generation to lose, it really was the worst generation to lose because that's where people started with the whole, Game Pass. You had your PS Plus and everything else. Building up your back catalog of games that you're never going to play. Let's face it.
Very true. But I do want to give Xbox credit though, because even though it was the worst generation to lose, nobody wants to give them credit for selling 58 million consoles, which if you go back historically, that's more than the Dreamcast, that's more than the Saturn, that's more than the Genesis, that's more than the NES, more than the Super NES.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm not saying that it's bad. It's just they just didn't have the software to back it up. I wasn't referring to the sales in consoles, but in the end, I think it steered Xbox into the right path. Like I know a lot of people turn around and say, "What we're seeing here, this is an Xbox," right? And I saw Gaz mocking this like crazy, and I've been seeing a lot of other people post up as given up and whatnot, saying that it's all over. But this has been written. This has been the way it's been for over a year now. Like, I don't agree with a lot of things C Money says. In fact, I disagree with about 99%. But one thing I will agree with him, where the 1% does come in, is where this has been the message all along. The problem is, it's never been communicated. Now this is being communicated to everyone, and they are pushing this campaign hard. Like I said, where is it? You've got this. It's all over everywhere. They're pushing this campaign as hard as possible, where they're showing Xbox is everywhere. Now they're putting that message out. I think now is the time that they can actually really drive this home and get more people into the ecosystem. This is all about selling Game Pass. It's not about selling the console. It's not about the Xbox console. This is about selling Game Pass, because 90% of all of these that you can actually play Xbox games are all via Game Pass. Cloud.
I agree.
Cloud.
VR.
I mean, they could have given the kitty a controller, okay, with some VR goggles or X-Real goggles, and that would have worked. That's all I'm saying. But
Okay, prediction for you.
go for it.
How many Game Pass subscriptions do you think that they'll announce during the next announcement?
Say that again.
How many Game Pass subscriptions do you think they'll announce at the next time they announce the numbers? The last one was 34 million. Where do you think
I'm
they'll go
thinking
from
about
there?
40 million.
It wasn't 34 million.
That was back in February.
I know, but this is that doesn't include Game Pass Core. Are we not including Game Pass Core in this?
Yeah, we're not including Game
No.
Pass Core.
Okay, not including Game Pass Core, because that's sitting at around 10 million, and that is still subscription fee that is being tackled on. But if we're
Yes.
not adding on Game
I'm
Pass
still
Core,
guessing about 40.
I'm gonna say give or take around 40 million. I think Call of Duty and Indiana Jones will give them around 6 million subs.
Okay.
And that's good, by the way.
I think
It
the
is
next
showing
time
growth.
They announced, I think they want to be closer to 45 million.
You think 45? So you think they're going to gain
I think they wanna
11
announce
million?
it. I don't think they'll necessarily. I think that's when they want to announce it. Is at about 45 million and at 50 million. They may be forced to give the numbers before that, but I think they really want to announce. Definitely when they top 50 million, I think they'll announce at 45.
See, no, I get that. I think 11 million will be, in order for them, for me personally, for them to hit that number, by the end of Q4, they need to consistently be pushing out games. Silver, I'm going to get back to your point there in just a second, but they need to be consistently pushing out games, as in first-party games, not third-party or stuff like that, but first-party games on Game Pass. Like this year, we had... What did we have this year? I mean, Power World was a welcome accident of an exclusive, so that was quite nice. But then we had Hellblade in what was it? August?
April.
April?
Hellblade was
April, June.
April.
Or April, May.
And then we had nothing
Yeah.
until September when Diablo 4's DLC dropped. So what I'm saying is the gaps between were crazy. It was almost 9 months with one.
Well, don't forget Diablo 4 also dropped into Game Pass.
Yeah, but that's
Just
an
not
old
the
game.
DLC for it.
But it was an old game. It was released last year.
StarCraft and StarCraft 2 Remastered just
Yeah,
got
but
launched.
that's PC. I'm talking console.
Yep.
Just
And
console
as far
only.
as console, we got Frostpunk 2.
Yeah, but that's in September. I'm saying for
Maybe
9
this
months
year's in
they
December.
had. For 9 months they had.
Power
One
World
ga-
and Hellblade.
Yeah, and I just don't think that's enough to maintain subscriptions. Now, if they have
Well, don't forget, there's also the day one releases like Metaphor. I know it's now.
that wasn't on
and there
Game
was
Pass
a
though.
big gap.
But that was not on
Not
Game
Game
Pass.
Pass. No.
I'm talking about Game Pass
Shin Megami
subscriptions.
Tensei 5.
That's not on Game Pass, so these don't count.
I'm trying to think of what else came out on Game Pass.
It's just Persona 3. That was the big one.
Yeah, Persona 3.
Right, but what I'm saying is I'm looking at first-party games because that's what
Let me look.
generally people look at. It was quite empty. If they can continue the cadence as they are towards the end of this year, you've had the Diablo expansion, you've had Call of Duty, you're about to get Stalker, you're about to get Indiana Jones. Next year, February, we're getting Avowed. Then we're going to
You
get...
also had A Raw History Untold.
That's PC. I'm not talking about PC. I'm talking about Xbox console only.
Oh, console only.
Console only. You can see that the cadence is finally starting to line up. As long as they can keep that cadence of, one big game a quarter, one AA game within that quarter, even if it is third party, it doesn't matter, then they are going to increase their subs exponentially. And I can see them hitting not just that 45 million, I can see them hitting 50. By the end
I
of
definitely agree.
by
Absolutely.
halfway through next year. But that cadence
they
needs
just
to
shadow
continue.
dropped Spyro Reignited Trilogy.
Yeah, but it's an old game.
Yeah, but did anybody notice that it was announced anywhere?
Yeah.
It was coming?
Yeah.
Why did I miss that?
They shadow dropped it.
They shadow dropped it the same way as thing. Alf Silver, the problem with this case by case and the message as no red line, when you turn, and I'm going to get to this, in a bit with the interview, but I'll just cover this bit before, and we'll get into it a bit more later. When you turn around and say there is no red line, you are basically saying that nothing is sacred. The Xbox has always had free games as the Holy Trinity, as their staple. Just like PlayStation has Uncharted, The Last of Us, and God of War. And I guess Gran Turismo. And now, Horizon. Xbox has had Gears, Halo, and Forza. Those three have always been the staple. And I guess you can say like games like Fable. They've always been
Fable
on
used
Xbox.
to be the fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? So they've had those four. Those four, in my eyes, should not even be talked about in any way, shape, or form as going anywhere. Those should have the red tape. But when you've got your CEO, your president, coming out and saying they haven't decided if they're going to put Halo next gen day and date on PlayStation, that causes brand damage. And that's why it's a problem.
Silver Afro makes MLB The Show was also put into Game Pass. So that's one.
Yeah, like I said,
that we missed.
you need AA games alongside your first party AAA games or first party AA. You need your first party cadences there in order to, keep your subscription flowing.
Yeah, I think what it was Stalker ended up getting delayed, and it didn't come out until later in the year than it was supposed to. It was supposed to be in the first half of the year, so that was part of the problem.
That is true, because they're over in the Ukraine, obviously.
But at the end of the day, as a consumer, I don't care about your excuses. I care about results. So
Yeah.
you have to give me first-party games.
That's it. That's exactly what I'm saying. A lot of people like to criticize me for this, and a lot of people, call me a pony or whatever. And, people can have whatever opinion of me they want. I know where I stand and where I align with. But at the end of the day, my point is they've been promising a quarter a game, and they've been failing to live up to that cadence for years now.
You mean a game a quarter?
Yeah. And if they want to increase Game Pass subscriptions, they need that cadence of first-party games coming through. I mean, they've got 34, 40 studios? those games need to at least at some point be coming out, right? And they just need to be filling those. And as you get one first party game a quarter, they can double that up with a third party game or an indie game or a double A game. It doesn't have to be a triple A first party game. There are so many good double A games, and I think double A games are at this point doing way better than the triple A games anyway in most places. Those can kind of couple in with those first party releases to make the value proposition of what you're getting that bit sweeter, so you don't unsubscribe and you maintain your subscription throughout the year, because that's what Microsoft want, for you to not drop your subscription. And that is the way, in order to do that, you just need to consistently provide value. That's why people, Absolutely. If you're looking at Netflix or Amazon, Amazon Prime's different, you have to subscribe for a year. But like Netflix and other stuff, if you don't see any value, you just unsubscribe and then resubscribe when you want to watch something again. They want to stop that.
Yep, they want to stop subscription creep. But you have to give me content in order to fix that. Speaking of content, I see in the chat, you got J.A. Cola saying that Microsoft will buy more studios. What do you think about that? They've pretty much said that nobody big, a la no huge publisher acquisitions. Who do you think they could pick up, though?
So I don't see them picking up big studios. I know there's a lot of copium going around with them buying 2K. That's just crazy. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, they're not going to do that.
That's not going to happen.
Take-Two, EA, but they don't need to buy EA because EA is already in Game Pass with the subscription.
I mean, EA wants to sell.
Play.
EA wants to sell.
There's Warner Brothers that's out there that kind of went silent.
Warner Brothers is a weird one. They've kind of been trying to damage their own reputation as of late to lower their share price. I think they might be pulling off another Ubisoft with an inside coup. But I think they're going to, if you look at the interview that they did, I guess we can jump into the interview because that's kind of where we're heading into now.
Before you do that, I pulled up a page here of all the releases, if you wanted to go through, that are all dropped in Game Pass. A lot of it is also, third-party games, but there are some first-party games here if you want to go through them.
Which first-party games are there? That's not PC. Dead Island 2 isn't first party. There's only one first party game that dropped until September. That's console only. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't games dropping into it. I'm just saying that their first party showing needs to be better.
No, I agree with you. And believe me, from what we were promised as of February from the first Dev Direct, there's been a lot that's been going around that we've been wanting that they just haven't been delivering, that they have been promising for one reason or another. Whether it's, faulty promises like Stalker 2, like JD said, or whether it's, they just haven't been able to get things off the ground and going. But starting with Black Ops 6, we are now starting to see things rolling that's coming almost 2-3 games in a month that are all first party.
Make it simple. Sony has let off over 1,000 staff this year. Closed, I think, 2 studios this year. And Hiroki Totoki already announced that next year there is going to be more layoffs at Sony while they continue to restructure the business to make it more profitable. It's happening everywhere. Now, Microsoft's 1.8K layoffs, the majority of that was attributed to the merger. That happens. The company I'm working for right now has been in a merger, and over half the staff that was working in our place, because we're the ones that got swallowed up, were laid off, because that's what happens when duplicate spots get created, right? When it's duplicate, layoffs are going to happen. That's unfortunately a sad, it's a symptom of mergers. But layoffs in the
People are gonna
industry
lose
has
their
been
job.
happening. It's been a problem, and a lot of this is attributed to the COVID boom. What's up, little man? Oh, he's gone. But a lot of this is attributed to the COVID boom. But it's this point here that Phil says, deals that add geographic diversity, including in Asia. I think right now, especially in the Chinese market, we're getting Genshin Impact that is landing in a week, I believe, less than a week. The success of Genshin Impact is going to be interesting on Xbox, considering Microsoft, wet the bed on that one real badly.
Now, I will say it's the biggest, but it is not the best. But it is also the oldest of that style of gacha games
It's the
that have come to
it
PC
brings in,
and Xbox.
which one? Genshin? I mean,
Genshin Impact.
it's the one that earns the most revenue.
But there's also Wuthering Waves that's up and coming.
That doesn't earn as
There's-
much money.
Honkai Star Rail.
Doesn't earn as much money. I mean, it earns. It's
That's the
usually
big one,
second or
though.
third. Anything
Those
from
the,
Mihoyo
those
are the
the
big
three
ones.
big ones.
No,
Yeah.
I wouldn't say Wuthering Waves is up there. I would say it's
It's
Genshin
up
and Honkai Star Rail. Wuthering Waves is weird because if you look at the month by month, which I do, for the gacha scene, I think last month it was earning like 8 million. This month, with Camilla coming out, it's going to earn maybe about 11 to 20, between around 20 million. But if you look at Genshin and Honkai Star Rail, they're usually in the 40s and 50s. And if it's a really good month for Genshin, they're in the 80s and 90 millions for the month. Wuthering Waves won't hit that. Like Genshin is, Mihoyo's on another level when it comes to revenue income. They were also one of the fastest companies in the world to hit 5 billion in revenue, from startup to 5 million. So that's crazy. So I think investing in Asia, I mean, we're seeing games like Wukong and stuff like that. So looking there and buying studios, which is probably going to be cheaper as well anyway with the exchange rate, would be cool. But if we're looking at just some of the normal companies and bigger companies, Sega doesn't make sense to me because they're putting their games on Xbox anyway. You want to get companies that aren't as thing. Capcom, again, they're not really withholding any games that I can see. So is there really a need at the moment outside of going outside of the normal? I think they should be looking outside of the normal subset of companies and looking more to the east and picking up studios there that can not only
Well, don't forget,
increase
as far as Xbox goes, they're getting Wu Chang, Fallen Feathers, and that looks amazing and blows even Black Myth Wukong out of the water.
It does look good, but what I'm saying is they want companies in the East that can not only promote the brand, but bring awareness to Xbox as well. So I think that is where they should be looking, personally.
I think that you're right, but I would add that in order for them to really be successful in the East, probably best for them would be to pick up some kind of publisher, because even though we've got Sega, who's been on there now for the past couple of years, and we've got Square saying that they've come back around, they've changed their mind, they're now committed to Xbox, they can change their mind again. And that's the problem. That's where you want the ownership at, so that they can't change their mind.
Well, Sega can't.
Guarantee support, not just for now.
I know, but Sega can't do it. Sega can't change their mind. Whatever game it is that they're building that's using the Microsoft Azure servers that Microsoft pretty much gave them for almost free to use, that was in exchange for them putting their games on Xbox. Okay. So if they break that agreement, bye game that they've invested the last 5 years building. Because
okay, I'll give you Sega, but what about Square?
Actually, makes an interesting point in the chat.
Or Capcom, they can all change their mind.
See, Capcom I can see, but I think Square would be the one that I would want them to pick up. That would be the one I would personally. But and when I say pick up, I would want their games to remain available on all platforms.
There would be some copium behind that.
But as long as the games are day and date on Game Pass, I think and this is the thing that I've repeatedly said this. If they do go and buy any other studio, I'm of the firm belief that those games should stay multiplat. And this is what Microsoft should have announced when they bought Bethesda and ABK. That the games will be day and date on Game Pass, but remain multiplat. And then none of this problem that we're having today would have been here. Because that's clear communication. And they didn't do that. But I think if they buy like Square Enix, put it for $70 on the Switch and PlayStation, but day and date on Game Pass. Those studios, I don't care. But the tentpole titles for Xbox should always stay on Xbox and not go anywhere. And that shouldn't even be up for discussion, in my opinion.
I can agree with that.
Yeah, if I had my choice, those 4 games, and maybe one of the other games, maybe Starfield.
Well, yeah.
Stay on Xbox.
I think at this point, yes. At this point, yes. Makes Sega branded.
I honestly
Xboxes.
don't think Starfield is ever going to go strictly because PlayStation dislikes mods, and Starfield alone allows for 100 gigabytes now, or 100 megabytes worth of mods to be installed, which is unprecedented for a game that has and supports mods. Even some of the older ones don't.
Yeah, Sanchez is saying Square Enix and Sega. I think those are the 2 realist ones. I mean, EA want to be sold, but their requirements are ludicrous. The CEO basically said that we want anyone to come and buy us, but I also want to be the CEO of the company when you do buy us. No one's going to accept that. Konami would be good, even though Konami probably won't sell because Konami's Konami.
Konami's got too much gambling. All those Pikachu machines.
Pachinko,
yeah, those machines. Too much gambling. I don't think they would have to get rid of it like Sega did in order for them to be open for a Microsoft acquisition, I think.
I don't actually know, Ventura, why Infinity Nikki isn't coming to Xbox. I think there's definitely an audience for it, but for some reason, gacha games on Xbox just seem to not be an attractive model. Whether Xbox isn't paying for it or the companies in the East don't want it, and this is why I said they need to invest. I mean, did anyone know about that mobile game Age of Empires being released on mobile in China?
I heard something about that recently.
Yeah, because it was in the interview, but it was released globally in October. I didn't even know, but Microsoft and Tencent are working together on that, and that's a big thing, by the way, working with Tencent. So, if that's a partnership that they want to create and work on and build upon, that is something that Tencent needs to be at the center of. It's been a good area for us to learn from creative teams that have real unique capability. The real opportunity is to partner with creative teams in China for global. And that is the most important thing. I think right now, Korea, China, they're making games that are appealing to a lot of people and are very much sought after. Just like
Was Harold Halibut a first-party game?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, just checking.
Not that I'm aware of. I think the only part of this interview that really stood out for me that was wrong is the remark for Halo. I mean, I'm really disappointed that the handheld is light years away, even though they kind of hinted that it was going to at least be shown this year. And they've been...
I definitely want to comment on that comment about the Halo.
Go for it. It's right here.
When you read that and you look at it, and this is where like writing is important. He is using journalistic writing with quote unquote and summarization to hide the fact that those two statements were not necessarily made together. If you look at the quote and unquote, the quote is the first part. The second part is not part of the quote. And in doing that, we don't know what actual question was asked about Halo itself. You see that where the quote is and where the unquote is at?
No, I see that,
I
but
do not.
it's more
That
this
is
bit here.
writing.
After releasing the first batch of Xbox games for Sony Group Corp's PlayStation and Nintendo Co. Switch, Spencer is pleased with the results. Microsoft will do more of that, he said, which he has said multiple times, and won't rule out any game in Microsoft's stable. And he's also said this before, but not to that extent. But he says, I do not see sort of red
also
lines.
Said multiple times about not damaging the brand.
But it's here. I do not see sort of red lines in our portfolio.
The whole damaging the brand is getting overridden by Microsoft itself.
I get that. But that part up there is not quoted. And when you're writing, that matters. As a writer...
No, I fully understand what you're saying. But Phil could have easily come out and corrected this. This is the talking point. This is right here, out of the whole interview, talking about the acquisitions, talking about everything else, the move to China, expansion to China. This here is the talking point because Halo is a tentpole title. And he is saying, I don't see red lines. That doesn't come into our portfolio. I don't see thou must not. And then saying that they clearly asked him a question, and what you're saying here is true. They've clearly asked him a question about Halo, and we don't know what that question is. But he's saying it's too early to make any sort of decision on the next version of Halo. But what's being implied here, because it's being put together with the whole red line, our portfolio, thou must not. If they are explicitly lying about this, which wouldn't be the first for a journalist, let's be realistic, although Bloomberg does have a good reputation when it comes to their writing. They are cutthroat and quite nasty with the way they do business, but they don't generally kind of skirt around the edges. Now, if this was a Eurogamer article or an IGN, I would call complete bullshit because they've clearly hidden stuff. But despite the fact that I have my disagreements with Jason, and I know he didn't write this, but with Bloomberg, this is clearly implied with the previous one. So the question was asked, does that include, this is how I see it, does that include Halo going to other platforms? And that's not referring to PC. He could have easily said here, Halo is off the table. There are certain titles, Halo, Gears, whatever. Or at the very least, he could have said, titles like Halo, Gears, and whatever will have a 1-year timed exclusivity period. He could have set that expectation. But what's happening here is they are scared, and this is what it is. They are scared to make that thing.
I'm sorry. Make room for somebody else. Y'all have a good one.
No worries, dude. For me, they are scared to make that commitment.
If I had to say what the question might have been, I would say that he might have said something in the area of, where he says, and thou shalt not. And then the question could have been like, well, what about games like Halo or Gears? And what he could have said is, we won't do anything to damage the brand. And at this point, it's too early to say anything about Halo.
But that is still damaging the brand. Yeah, with the tentpole titles, it has to be a strict no. Because they define your brand.
I agree. He should be clear about that. But how many times in the past have they not been clear?
Because Phil is a wordsmith.
He is that. If we take this interview verbatim, word for word, then This is a absolute clear message. And when has he ever done that?
He hasn't, because he doesn't want to commit. And do you know why he doesn't want to commit? Because you've got idiots bringing up receipts from 2014 about him saying something when people clearly don't understand that business. No matter how you look at it, Xbox, Microsoft, Sony, it's a business. And things change. Right. Hey, Paul, don't do that to me, man. Don't do that to me, Paul. No, we need to get some Chinese tomorrow. Sorry. Dude made me want Chinese.
I might have Chinese later.
Oh, God, you guys suck. You guys suck so bad.
Oh, man, I think he made me hungry, too.
Update my fund for the X Reels. We are now at 65.
But I absolutely agree that if it was me or you speaking, this is a bunch of gobbledygook. It doesn't really, I mean, it's too clear to be the way Phil does stuff. This is definite. We're gonna do this, and he's never really put anything out there that clear. He always gives himself a way out, and that interview, the way it's written, doesn't really give him a way out.
Yeah, that's the thing. There is all he's put here is saying that they have not decided if Halo will be on PlayStation. It's too early to make that decision. But do you know what this does? It now puts it now just creates this constant noise. Instead of people celebrating the launches of Stalker, Indiana Jones, Flight Simulator, and whatnot coming out for the rest of this year. And apparently there's another game that's supposed to drop this year as well, according to Reddit and Matt Booty's top secret drops. Apparently he's got something up his sleeve that could be coming along the line. So there's also that. But it's just overshadowed everything. And this is why I said at this point, Phil either needs to stop doing interviews or just shut the hell up and let someone else do the talking. Because every time he comes out, he makes things 10 times worse. He did not have to mention Halo.
And that's why I want to know, what was that question? I think they asked him a question specifically about Halo, which is why you have that stuff stitched together with the way it is. And as a person that writes, I'm looking at that like, okay, we got a direct quote, but then what follows is a summarization, but you don't know what question was asked for that summarization. And that always leads people to assume that's done on purpose.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They want us to jump to this conclusion. But what was the actual question that was asked? Because that matters.
It does. But it's just the way it was ordered. From the previous statement, it's heavily implied that he's talking about we don't have red lines in our portfolio. But I mean, that pretty much tells you anyway, that when he says we don't have any red lines on our portfolio, that includes everything.
And that's why I think the writer then after that makes you draw the conclusion with Halo. That's why Halo is.
But Halo is included in that, right? But Halo would be included in that.
Nope, that's separate.
No, but it would be included in their portfolio.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So why specifically bring out the Halo thing? The writer of this article.
Oh, quite. There's an easy reason for that. Because this is going to get people clicking on the article.
Absolutely.
And it's going to get people talking. Out of everything that is said in this article, everything in this interview, it's all bull crap. The only two parts in this that are worth mentioning, that are the talking points, is the fact that Halo is too early to make a decision on the next version of Halo appearing on other platforms. And this one over here. We're not going to grow the market with $1,000 consoles.
Oh, and the handheld. I want my handheld.
The handheld was such a disappointment. I mean, I am so disappointed with that. They played everyone. I know they didn't specifically say that it was thing, But, when Phil Spencer on multiple occasions came out saying, I'm going to let Sarah Bond talk about that because I think it would be, insensitive to talk about something that she's creating, and then it's still in the prototype phase, which means it might not even exist. I mean, you know how things are when it prototypes. If they're not happy with it, just like the Xbox Cloud console, the Xbox Key, is it Keynote, whatever it was called? That was in prototype for what, 2-3 years? Keystone, yeah. They couldn't get it to the price point they wanted, and they abandoned it. So just because something's in a prototype phase doesn't mean it's going to exist. As of right now, it doesn't exist. All they're doing is testing the waters and seeing if something is. It may never exist. But the part that pissed me off is the fact that they insinuated that it did exist and it was going to be revealed at the end of this year. And I think that's just taking the piss.
I'm not exactly happy about that, but...
Phil said it, Jesse.
If I can get a better handheld, which I don't think they can bring out a handheld this year that would serve my needs. I want top-tier gaming for more than an hour and a half or 2 hours. And that ROG Ally that I have, you can't game on that thing for more than a couple hours with one of the better games.
The X you can.
Yeah, I mean, because it's got, what, 2.5 times the battery capacity?
Yeah.
But, so, yeah.
But
look, that's, what is it, $800 for the X?
It's so expensive, isn't it? It should have been $700, really.
Even at $700, I don't think they want to bring out a $700 handheld.
I've seen them at $1,000.
Right. So, okay, so what could Microsoft bring out the X at? Because we know that ROG Ally needs to make a profit off the hardware itself. So maybe they took another $100 off, 200 at most.
See, this is the thing. You are looking at it the wrong way.
Okay.
And I had this discussion with a number of people, and it's an easy mistake to make, but you're looking at this completely the wrong way. So when Microsoft and Sony sell a console, they sell it at a loss, right?
Yeah.
Why do they sell it at a loss?
Well, they want to increase the player base, of course.
No. Well, kind of, but no, that's not the reason. They sell it at a loss so they can hit a certain price point, so they can get you into the ecosystem, and their hopes is that when you buy the console, you will buy 2 games with it, and that will cover the cost of the game, the console. The profit that they make off those games will subsidize the console, or if you buy an extra controller, or if you buy a headset. That's why Microsoft is crazy with their controllers, because that offsets the loss that they're making on the consoles, right?
So how much do you think they could get a ROG Ally X level portable system down to? Because the ROG Ally is
I think
it's not enough.
I think £499. I think £500 is £500 is the sweet spot. I think they can hit it because they can subsidize it with Game Pass. They can subsidize it with accessories for it because they have it. Now, when you're looking at Asus and when you're looking at Lenovo Go, when you're looking at the Steam Deck and other stuff, I mean, Steam Deck is a prime example where they can subsidize it through the Steam Store's software sales, which is why it can go as low as $350. But when you're looking at something like a 4080 at £1,200 that you see a lot of PlayStation fanboys laughing at, Nvidia can't subsidize that. They can't sell you a controller that's going to cover the cost and allow them to reduce that price. When it comes to the Asus ROG Ally X, they can't sell anything on top of it as software or accessories that's going to subsidize it. So they have to sell it at a profit. If they could subsidize that cost in any way, shape, or form, that would have been lowered down to maybe $599.99. But because they cannot do that and they need to make a profit, that's why it's so expensive. And I know a lot of people on the pony side fail to understand that logic. But this is the reason why you see like stupid prices with graphics cards and these handheld PCs. But if Microsoft release a handheld, they can subsidize that cost. And because they can subsidize that cost, they can make it cheaper to enter because they can subsidize it, which allows them to sell you other stuff with it, like Game Pass, or, an exclusive in-ear headphones that they could release, or something else alongside it. These other companies can't do that. They have to sell at a profit. And that's that's why these prices are higher. And I understand that fully.
I got a question for you though.
Yeah.
And this goes back to what I said earlier. So, just imagine for a minute that Microsoft does profit sharing with any manufacturer that wants an Xbox license and says, "Hey, for anybody that manufactures these Xbox-like pieces of hardware, handheld or whatever, we will profit share with you. I don't know, maybe 10% of what we bring in from the store." How much do you think they could get the console down to if they were guaranteed 10% of all sales from the store through their hardware?
See, I don't think... I mean, they can reduce it because that's now subsidizing. But I don't think Microsoft will do that. Microsoft will just turn around and say, right, we've got our console. We're going to... Let's just say, hypothetically, we're going to put it at £600. And this is our base blueprint. If you want to make it more expensive, that's on you. But as a consumer, also, if it's going to give you 25% more power, you're going to pay for that 25% more power. But you're buying it knowing that it's going to give you more power. And then you'll have a choice to, be at the price point or at the hardware level that you want to be at. When it comes to those manufacturers, I think they will be more expensive. Now, the one thing Microsoft can do is, now that they're giving them the blueprint, kind of license it out. Some of them they might be able to get the parts cheaper through Microsoft, and that can subsidize some of the cost. Or, get it through Microsoft supply chains to reduce the cost. But ultimately, if they are making it more powerful, they're going to have to sell it at a profit, whereas Microsoft doesn't. So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw their consoles, more powerful, but almost double the price. That wouldn't surprise me. But if you're offering them 10%, that means you have to offer all of them 10%. You're talking Asus, MSI, all of them.
True.
They'll lose all their profits, so they can't do that.
Well, I think the trick there is if they do it and they're the exclusive game store, I think, and because they all have an Xbox serial number at this point, and those all can be counted as Xboxes. And instead of you going out and you selling, 30 million or 50 million or 60 million or even 100 million devices per, console generation. If you have the backing of all of these different TV manufacturers, all of these different PC manufacturers, all of these handheld manufacturers, and these all count as Xboxes, how many Xboxes do you get to claim credit for now?
What in terms of MAUs or consoles sold?
Yeah, both really, because MAUs, it would be off the chart.
Well, that's the thing. At that point, this is where Microsoft is aiming at. This is why they're not looking. That's the Atari Lynx that Paul Harris is talking about. This thing was dope. It had like a 2-inch LCD screen. It was crazy for its time.
It was color.
Yeah, it was. Oh, you had one?
No, I had the Genesis, with the portable Genesis, basically. What they call it, the Nomad. The thing.
Oh, the Sega Nomad. I've got one.
Oh man, it's like the batteries. They're oh my god, would they last like 2 hours maybe?
Yep, I had one, man.
Did you have the TV attachment?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man, yeah, that's a classic.
I mean, just look at this. The Game Gear was huge. Look at this, is the other model of the Atari Lynx. Oh, this is the one I like the best. The original Atari Lynx versus, there's the Sega Nomad.
Yep.
Built-in TV. Good shit.
Yep, you get to put the TV tuner card in there, and it was
Good shit. Good times, man. Good times.
yeah.
But yeah, that's the whole point with this. That's why, when you're looking at what they did with, with the whole point of this is exactly what you just mentioned there. The whole idea is that they don't want to be restricted to this anymore. And their shareholders, and this is the unfortunate side of having shareholders, they've tasted now money coming from them putting games on multiple platforms. So shareholders, they don't care about anything. They're never going to go back. All they care about is profits at this point. But my personal opinion, and thoughts is, I am okay with this. I think this, what you see here on screen right now, is the future of gaming. This is where it should be, and this is how it should be. I know Sony isn't doing this, but eventually I think they will come round to it. But, I see a lot of people saying that Xbox is dead. There's no reason to buy an Xbox. Why would you buy an Xbox?
I will say the Xbox is dead stuff. The Xbox console hardware is the only place that you can go and get quick resume, FPS boost, auto HDR, and all these other loads of console-specific exclusive features. I mean, it's practically every single game that you play on it, if it's from the OG Xbox or the 360 or even Xbox One generation, through backcompat, it's practically like playing a remaster. You get free remasters.
Yep, but that is the only thing. Where you mentioned all the quick resume and all of that, none of that matters, right? What matters is the last thing you said. This box here, and this box here, in the bottom right and the bottom corner, and this is why they've positioned these in such a way, right? Opening, closing. Now I'm sounding like Puerto Rock. Grand opening, grand closing. It starts with Xbox console, closes with an Xbox console. This positioning, believe me, I've worked with creatives for such a long time now, is not done just for a placebo. This is specifically done for a reason. And this is telling you that these are the main focus. These are the main. It starts and ends with the console. But everything in between is a form of playing. Right? You're looking at this over here through cloud. You can't play your Xbox One games. You can't play your backcompat games. You can't even play, actual console games. You can only play PC games. PC games. Cloud. 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 Native Xbox games. Native Xbox games. This is the only true way that you can play all your backcompat games and your current games, as well as this one. Everything else in between acts as a placebo intermediary or of a way to play it. Sure, if you're looking at a PC, it's going to give you the definitive way to play those Xbox games, but only first party. If you're looking at your whole catalog, half of those games won't even exist on PC because they're either too old or they're just not available anymore. And if you want to go and play those games, you can't. And this is why Xbox as a console won't be dead and a new console will be arriving. At the same time, you've got Game Pass, right? Which all of these rely on, except for the laptop. With Game Pass, you are guaranteed your games day one. I don't know if you was here at the beginning of the stream, JD, but I was talking about a moment in Final Fantasy XIV earlier yesterday in my stream where I got to a town called Juno, which is from another game. They kind of did a crossover. And that was the first time I've had just an inspirational, nostalgia-tripping, smack in the gut punch in a long time in gaming. Like, I was lost for words. I was blown away. And anyone that saw me clearly saw how much of... I literally just broke. I was in such a fanboy mode. It was unbelievable. And I haven't hit that sort of thing in a long time. And what I'm saying here is, even if the games are going to other platforms, who the fuck cares? As long as you're getting them day one on your console, and you can play them wherever you personally want, why do you care? I mean, the tentpole titles, I agree, you want to have brand identity, and I think those should be. But the amount of commotion that's being made on these, yesterday it kind of struck me that a lot of this is kind of almost infantile. But I think, where Xbox is going right now, in my opinion, is the right direction. They've picked a lane and they're going with it. And I'm quite happy with the direction they're going. I just don't want them to be talking about the 4 tentpole titles. That's just my point.
Yeah. I think that, like I said, in a perfect world, we would have our tentpole titles, excluded and protected, and they would just say it flat out. But we're in a Microsoft and Xbox world, and that is just never going to happen. We're going to get these very mixed messages where, oh, nothing's protected, and then he'll come out next week and say, oh, I don't want the brand to be hurt. I don't know.
Does anyone
But
feel that this message is hurting the brand?
this ad right here, I love. This advertisement, I love. They need to do more of this. Had they done this earlier, I think that things would be better.
Yes, I agree with that. Because for the longest time, they haven't picked a lane. And now they have. And I think that's what's going to be the difference for them. And they need to now drive this home, like, aggressively. But not having Game Pass anywhere here, I think, is a massive just oversight. It almost feels like they were just about to cross that finishing line, and then they had a seizure just at the final stretch. And
But I get why they didn't put it in this ad. This is about saying what an Xbox is, and then I think next what we'll get is you can play Game Pass on any Xbox.
I know,
So it's
but
probably not just going to be one ad. It's going to probably be an ad campaign.
this is false advertising then, right? Because this is not an Xbox or this without Game Pass. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 items here. 1, 2, 3, 4. None of these are an Xbox without Game Pass. Without Game Pass Ultimate, none of those are Xboxes. They're just devices. The Asus ROG is. The laptop is. No, you can't even play on the cloud. You need Ultimate.
Yep. So only the Xbox and the ROG. Well, the Xbox, the piece, the laptop,
The ROG. And the Series S.
And the Series S.
And this is why I said they really needed to put Game Pass there.
They just made it so you can do it on the phone too.
Yeah, you can play on the phone, but you need Ultimate. I mean, do you need Ultimate to play it? It's not even clear.
honestly, I don't know. I haven't played. I know that you can now download directly from the Android store, but I haven't actually tried to play the game. Does anybody in the chat have any idea?
I haven't tried it personally.
I haven't tried it. I'm too busy with my ROG. That's what I usually take with me. I don't usually play on my phone.
I really want to ally, but £800 is a lot of money at Christmas.
I thought about getting my because all the things that the ROG Ally X do, you can take a regular ROG and upgrade it to do it. You can add more memory. I can get the bigger bigger SSD in there. and I can get the battery too. But by the time you do it, it actually costs you more than if you just bought the X. But if you already have a ROG Ally, what do you do?
Sell your ally and buy an X.
Yeah, I thought about doing that, but it was like, was I gonna get enough of the money back, or just paying I think it's like $300 to do all the upgrades?
You do get 20% improvement though in performance, up to 20%.
That comes from the memory being faster.
It's also no. It comes from the cooling on the X. Is so much more superior.
Well, you can't change the cooling.
No, I'm saying on the X, the cooling, because the cooling is so good, and the way it's actually they've kind of relocated certain things, so the fans are actually now properly hitting the GPU and CPU, as opposed to the original ROG, which isn't. It's cooling them down to the point where they can overclock to a higher speed. They can push higher hertz, which means that they can actually perform better. If you watch some, and it's not overheating, yeah. So you do get a considerable performance boost. Unlike the PS5 Pro, which that 45% apparently was a whole bunch of bollocks, and it is exactly how I said, folks, when I said that 45% increase was probably a black screen with nothing displayed on it. That is what was probably giving them, or they were probably running Pong or something. You know, the old doot, the black and white bars with the ball going across back from the 80s. They were probably running something along those lines to get that 45% increase, because everything that's been running on it at the moment, with it that's currently available, is giving somewhere in the region of about a 15%, with a maximum of around 20%. Nothing is giving 45% increase.
People may call me a pony for this, but I'll probably buy it just because I buy all the consoles.
Oh, you wasn't here for my
PlayStation is sitting over there collecting dust because there's nothing to play on it.
Do you have a VRR display TV?
Yeah.
So you, like I said in my stream on Tuesday, if you have a VRR enabled TV, which I do not, you will see some nice performance gains and FPS on your PS5 Pro, because it is designed to take advantage. Like, they're saying God of War is 60 FPS, right? It is not 60 FPS. The Pro mode does not run 60 FPS. It only runs at 60 FPS if you have VRR enabled. My TV doesn't support VRR, so it only runs it at brute force, whatever it can actually do. And it does not hit 60 FPS. If you don't have a VRR enabled TV, the upgrade just isn't worth it, because you'll be playing on performance mode for the most part. There are games where quality mode does run at 60, but the majority of the time you're still going to be playing performance mode, because you need VRR to benefit from it. And I don't have a VRR enabled TV yet, because my TV won't break. So you're seeing a lot of people constantly saying, "Oh, with VRR enabled, it runs sweet," but without VRR, it cannot hit. You know, even God of War does not hit 60, but you will not see people telling you that. Which is why which is why I tell people, if you're buying a Pro, you really want a TV with VRR enabled, and then you will see the benefits of the Pro, and you will actually have a much better experience. But if you don't, and your TV is restricted to 60 Hz like mine, you are not going to see the true benefits from it, and you're not going to have a good time, because all you're going to be doing is running performance mode. So it is a good machine, but you do need a TV that can support 120 Hz.
I definitely want a new TV, but I'm moving next year, so I'm not going to buy it till I build my new home theater. So.
Oh yeah, Paul, I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying when it comes to the Pro, it's a necessity rather than... What's the word I'm looking for?
You need it rather than just a little asset, little add-on.
Yeah, it's you kind of need it more than it's actually just a nice to have. Have a good night, Paul.
Yeah.
Steve. But yeah, as the realists are saying, this ad doesn't hurt the brand. I don't think it does at all. I think what Phil said hurts the brand way more with they haven't decided on Halo yet. I think that and them saying that there is no red tape hurts the brand more. But Game Pass is the brand. Xbox is no longer the brand. It all resides around Game Pass. That's the word I'm looking for. Luxury. Is it the word I'm looking for? Yeah, it is, yeah. Yeah, it works. I will, Paul. I will. Hey, Rebby, welcome. Pro don't have a web browser because PlayStation don't want them to get Game Pass. And that's actually quite funny, Sanchez, because the PS5 launched with a browser and people started playing Game Pass on there, and Sony released a patch to remove it, and they took it off.
People are still finding ways to play Game Pass on there. They were trying to do it through what was it? Nvidia. They were trying to go through that and do it, and now that Sony took it away, they do not want people with Game Pass. At the end of the day, though, yeah, I think Xbox is definitely playing chess. They're doing it for the long haul.
Oh yeah. They are looking ahead. I'm doing good, Rabbi. How are you? But yeah, they're definitely I was talking to a friend today at work regarding this, and this is the best way to position yourself going forward. And it gives you, if you want the ultimate experience in Xbox graphical gaming, go get yourself a 5090 PC and you're going to be there. Right? That's going to give you the best performance. 5090 with the best processor. Go, pay $3,000 for a PC and happy days. You're laughing. But not everyone's going to have the money to do that. So a console will always be the affordable option, which is why I hope when the next console comes out, it's not $1,000. Even though it is looking like it. But these are just alternate ways to continue playing. And it's a good thing.
I think if you want the most features, you get the console. If you want the best graphics, you get a PC. Yeah.
Do you know what? Bags has admitted he's an expert. You know what? That made this stream all worthwhile.
What? Did I miss that?
It's right here, man. It's right here. For real. Bags is an expert. Someone should take a screenshot of that and post it on social media. Just for prosperity. Subs, Drogdle. Rabbi, they are never going to leave the company. They make Microsoft too much money. VR without a browser is brain dead. Do you think Halo 3 multiplayer was a mistake? No. I don't. I think the way they launched it was a mistake.
That without any content. That was the problem. After 3 months, people were like, what am I going to play? The way Halo launched, it was a great game, innovative, fun, super fun. But then you're like, where's the content? It was not set up to be a live service game, and that was a problem.
Halo Infinite is profitable. We know that. But it just released with bare bones. It released with no singular options in playing like Slayer. And I understand why they did that, because people generally focus on one or two game modes and they ignore the rest and it becomes difficult to play them. And they kind of wanted a round robin kind of thing for gameplay modes. But it just feels like um, they dropped the ball on the launch. And I know they tried to just shadow drop it so they can like surprise everyone, but it wasn't ready. And it's not I mean, very few games can release really badly and continue to fix itself and be in a good place, like Fallout 76. Most games that launch badly, that stigma stays, unfortunately. And it did with Halo Infinite. I don't think it was a problem releasing it for free. I think it was a problem releasing it in the condition it released in. Just because it was going to be free to play doesn't mean that it should be released badly. It should still be upheld to certain standards, and they didn't do that. Money, Rabbi. Money. Money, Rabbi. They make Microsoft trillions of dollars. And that is why they won't ever fire them.
No, the amount of money that Phil and Sarah. As a matter of fact, Sarah's now credited for the whole ABK deal. You know that, right?
I do, but I'm not sure how much control she actually has, or how much Microsoft is just trying to position her for something.
No. They said that what happened was, as if I understand this and I read this correctly, that they were all sitting in a room, kind of discussing what could they do after they had come out and blocked the ABK deal originally. And they're like, well, what are we going to do? And Sarah Bond said, I know what to do. And then her specifically, she went and flew over there, and then she contacted those people specifically and put together ultimately the deal that got it passed. Yeah, she was the one who put all those things together in the end, is what they were saying.
I mean, that's fair. That's fine. But I still think that she doesn't. I think they're portraying her in a way and putting focus on her while they just do stuff in the background. I don't know. It feels weird. We don't get to see Sarah as much. Not in interviews, not in anything. And she's supposed to be the front-facing Xbox now, not Phil. And yet, she's nowhere when it comes to interviews. She's nowhere when it comes to discussions, meetings, visiting places. You know, Phil was supposed to be kind of like overseeing everything now. He's at the top of the food chain. You don't see Matt Booty either.
Have a hard time letting go.
Very clingy. Remy, I'm saying that they won't go. I'm not saying I don't agree that Phil shouldn't go. I'm saying that they won't go because they make money. And I said that to you on Twitter as well. David, what's up, buddy? Welcome to the stream. Hey, we got a meme out of that interview earlier this year. And also, they kind of threw her into Lion's Den and asked her questions that were not actually made aware to her. So that was bullshit from Bloomberg. I think it was Bloomberg that interviewed her.
Yeah, it was a setup.
Yeah, they stitched her up hard.
Yeah, they blindsided her with that.
Yeah, because normally in that situation, the questions that are going to be asked are already sent to the publicist, and they okay the questions that are going to be asked. And they asked her a question that she had no idea was coming, or was told that it wasn't coming, so she didn't have a response prepared for it. So she had to make a response for that on the spot. That's not how you do professional. That's not professionalism at all. That wasn't her fault.
Questions are looked over, and they know what the questions are, so when they answer them, they're already practiced.
Oh, sweet! Make it simple. XP from Modern Warfare 3 is transferred to Black Ops 6. It's a good thing I had like 3 games or 5 games on that. Actually, did my kid play any of it? Nah, he just played Black Ops on the beta. Hey, Power Boss. Have a good one, dude. enjoy your time with your son.
Yeah, this is gonna be a good week. You got a lot of games dropping. Genshin Impact, Stalker 2.
I agree with that so much. Phil should stop doing interviews, pony salivating over. Well, this is the thing. Every time he has an interview, he says some stupid shit. He just says something stupid. Like, why would you turn around and say it's too early to make any sort of decision on the version of Halo, rather than just saying Halo is off limits and that's it. Goodbye. End of story. But all
Not
this
really
is.
that low.
Are you low? No one said anything.
I think they're saying I'm low.
Not anymore. Phil, best pony agent. I know, right, Bags? If you speak, they'll hear you now properly.
All right, I think I'm gonna just. I definitely got to say my moniker here. These pathetic port begging ponies. They still have no games.
They don't.
No, and at the end of the day, don't we just want games to play? Isn't that what this is all about?
That is all we want. And that's why I was referring to that moment in Final Fantasy XIV earlier, where it kind of, in that moment, I just didn't give a shit about the console wars or anything else. That bliss of entertainment and joy that I had at that moment just washed everything away.
You got to be
Nothing else
careful
mattered.
with that, though. They say nostalgia is a hell of a drug.
I know, right? That's why I'm reinstalling the base game and going to see if it's still there. But yeah, man. At the end of the day, that is what it is. They keep saying they want Xbox games. They keep saying they want the whole slate is going. And at no point has anyone from Microsoft turned around and said the whole slate is going. It's always been a case-by-case basis. But this no red line, no red tape, whatever you want to call it, I think that's the salty part that people are clinging on to. But in the end, it's always been a case-by-case. And even if the games are going to be timed exclusive, I think if they just communicated that properly to their fan base, the games will be 1 year exclusive, and then they'll be released on other platforms to bring in more revenue. I think for the most part, people wouldn't care. It just needs clear communication, and Microsoft is scared to do that.
No, they don't want to upset their console fan base because more than half of the Game Pass subscriptions are there. I would probably say that more than 20 million of those subscribers are sitting right on the console. So
Yeah.
And we know all of those, which you estimated about 10 or 11 million core. We know those are all on the console. And you don't want to give those people up because you've upset them and you sent them to another platform. That's a lot of money.
Oh yeah, but I also agree that if you're on Game Pass now, the chances of you switching platform is low.
Listen, when you switch from an Xbox console and you give up quick resume, FPS boost, auto HDR, especially quick resume, that is life changing. And then to go over to PlayStation and you don't have quick resume or cloud saves and all these other things, that is not an easy transition.
No, it's not. And yeah, I mean, I agree. I just want clearer communication and definitions from Microsoft. I think what they're doing now is going in the right direction. All they need to now is just set a criteria. I mean, Hi-Fi Rush, I was never incensed about it. I know others lost sleep over it. and they couldn't, and they were having nightmares over Hi-Fi Rush going. I was never one of those people. I didn't think it was going personally until I was told it was going. Like 100% it was going when I was told about it before it was made public. But I never, I'm not going to sit here and cry about games going to other platforms. I'm too old for that.
Not to mention, let's be honest, Hi-Fi Rush wasn't a big enough game to be worried about in the first place. It's just not a big enough game to lose our minds over. I watched the whole internet meltdown because Tango got closed. Well, who was at Tango? They literally lost the studio head, and then his two, the two people who he personally would have chose to head the studio after him. They left too. And
Yeah.
created their own studios. So you're not left with the first, second, or third choice. You got the fourth tier guy running a studio and less than half of the original staff. What was left? A building? Because all the top people had left. What do you do with that?
No. The whole Tango Gameworks thing was blown way out of proportion. The PlayStation Japan studio closing, in my opinion, was a way bigger loss, and no one really cared.
They didn't melt down over that.
You had like 10 minutes of outcry, and that's it. Anything that happens on Xbox is amplified by like 1 million.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, Hiroki literally said there are going to be more layoffs next year. How many people have talked about it? How many articles do you see? If that came out of Camp Xbox,
biggest flop in gaming history, and they're not saying anything. The biggest flop in gaming history, bigger than E.T., and they didn't melt down over that.
Yeah.
So the same people that melted down about Tango, they didn't give a rat's butt, about Firewalk. They just didn't care. So I don't want to hear them saying anything about Xbox is firing people or closing studios. And they're going to fire more people too when they buy more publishers. Why? Because you don't need multiple HR departments. You don't need multiple support staff.
100%.
So when they buy these new publishers, which let's be honest, they're going to buy publishers. They're just not buying Take-Two. They said, we're not buying anything big. But that doesn't take Sega or Square Enix off the table. I think if it's a company that costs less than $10 billion, in that $3 to $6 billion range, they will pick them up.
That's pretty much where Square Enix and Sega is anyway.
Yeah. I think Capcom might have went just above that, so maybe they're not on the table anymore, but Square and Sega, absolutely. And I know you prefer them to pick up Square. Man, there are going to be a lot of pony tears coming behind
the salt on that is going to be royally insane.
The internet is going to melt down.
I just want to see. That's kind of. I mean, I'm a sadistic person anyway, but that's kind of why I want it more than any other company, because the meltdown that will ensue on that is going to be just joyful for me to watch. Like I said, I'm really horrible.
And all of a sudden, all Square games will be bad. All Square games, they're shitty. They're all bad. They're all bad. All the ponies will say that because it's Xbox Studio.
Make it simple. Tip $4.99.
But Sappho, the one thing I will say when you say you were hurt by it, are you still on social media posting about it? I am still seeing people to this day posting about Tango Gameworks. I saw one yesterday where people are still posting about it and moaning about it and causing, using it as a issue when they've already been purchased by, they've already been saved.
Right. Which Xbox didn't have to do, by the way. They didn't have to allow that to happen.
Make it simple, $4.99. Facts. I lost so many saves on PlayStation because of the PS Plus requirement. Xbox Cloud Saves is free. You don't need... Man, what's crazy is if you actually get a game through PS Plus, and then they release like a free upgrade, you're not entitled to it. You have to go and buy the game and then get the free upgrade. Like a Final Fantasy VII remake. They did a PS5 patch, right? Because it was originally released on PS4. If you got the game off PS Plus, you weren't entitled to the PS Plus, to the PlayStation 5 patch. You had to go and either buy it digitally or physically to be able to download the patch.
Oh yeah, give them $10 for the upgrade.
That's so crazy. That is crazy. But yeah, I remember Final Fantasy IX. It's one of the few Final Fantasy games I haven't completed, and mine actually died on the memory card. It was so sad. Devastator, thank you very much for that 13 months. Wasn't Tango first Microsoft studio shut in 10 years? I'm not sure if it was the first, but there isn't many studios that were closed down. Now, if we're talking about Google, that's different. They have a whole graveyard.
Let me see. Who was the last Microsoft studio to be closed? I think it was the Fable studio.
The Fable studio?
That was the last one they closed before Tango.
Oh, yeah. Peter Molyneux, right? with
that
virtual boy, whatever it was called. I forgot his name. Held Oliveira, Xbox is more than a piece of plastic. Of course it is. It's a rectangle plastic. But at the end of the day, it is Xbox is more now. It's not just defined to a console. And I'm really happy that they've come out and said this, and pushed that direction. I'm happy. The direction that they've gone in. For me personally, I mean, being selfish, is the direction I knew they were going in, and works, and it's good for me because this is what I think they should have done a long time ago. Now all they need to do is set a clear criteria on their first-party games. Not saying that all of them have to go, but just set a criteria. Bethesda games will go day and date, that's fine. ABK day and date, that's fine. Anything that's Xbox, game studios is on a case-by-case basis, because that is internal studio, pretty much. And anything that will be decided a year later. Something like that. And I think I'm okay. Gaming, have a good night, my dude. Hey, look, Devin, yeah, that Dustborn is going to get nominated for Game of the Year alongside Concord. It's going to happen. Yeah, it was Lionhead, but there was, what was the boy's name? Milo. That's it. It was Milo, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, that crazy tech demo thing.
Yeah. Let me bring it up. It was Milo.
Yeah, it was creepy. It was creepy weird. It was it looked way ahead of its time at the time. But yeah, Lionhead closed in what, 2016?
Let's see, where is it? Here it is. There's the creepy boy. This was his dream and it failed. And then he came back with another game and it flopped hard as well. And I think that's it. He's gone. Just look at him. And you can actually talk with him and everything, and it's supposed to react. I don't know what he was thinking. Sony shuts down studios way more often than Microsoft, yet Microsoft shutting down studios is treated like the end of the world. Yeah. I mean, they also destroy studios. Fire Sprite is kind of gutted internally. Their their actual working culture is completely ruined because of Sony. This is all over their Glassdoor. Firewalk is gone. London studio is gone. Japan studio is gone. They've shut down so many studios, but no one cares. I mean, Bungie is ruined, but then again, that was kind of self-inflicted, so I'm not going to hold Sony to that.
Oh no, Sony gets the blame for that because it's a Sony. No. If we're blaming 343, no. We got to give them all the smoke. They get to get all that smoke.
The only thing I will say is this with Bungie: Sony should have stepped in way sooner. So they failed in their responsibility to actually manage the company
like
properly.
Microsoft failed with what game was it that they kept saying we failed to step in and help? Redfall. They should have helped Bungie.
No, they should.
So that's
but their contract with Bungie
them.
was that they were creatively separate, right? They weren't really allowed to do that.
Well, they made the deal.
No, yeah, that's it. And this is why I said with MLB. People often say with MLB that when it comes to, the game being on Xbox and Sony fans saying, well, that wasn't Sony's choice. Sony had a choice to say no and tell MLB, if this game is going to Xbox, we are breaking our partnership with you. They had the choice to walk away.
They absolutely did. They chose money.
They chose money in the end. So that is, originally I used to say that MLB was forced onto them, but that's not the case. The reality is they had a choice to say no, and they walked away. And even when you're looking at Death Stranding, that game was in development while under Sony's purview. That game was under development while Sony had control of the IP. And we know from past, Sony won't even allow developers to start developing a game if they have exclusivity rights to it. Let alone them owning the IP.
They won't even let them mention, remember,
they
can't even mention another platform.
So the fact that this was being built while under Sony's purview does say a lot about where that actually is and what was happening there.
Because just shadow drop that 5 years and 1 day after, no. That was in the plans and in the works for a while.
That's the one company I hate. Scammers. Bungie? Man, they really messed up Destiny. But you know what was the funniest thing about Death Stranding's drop? The fact that it completely and utterly overshadowed the PS5 Pro launch. All you saw on social media was Death Stranding. You saw nothing else. It was just Death Stranding this, Death Stranding that.
And scalpers selling the PS5 Pro at a discount because they can't get rid of them.
Mate, Argos is in UK. Discounted it by 40-50 pounds. In 6 days. It didn't last longer than Concord.
Here's what I have to say about that. Sony said that they sold numbers on par with how much they sold for the Pro. But the Pro was not scalped as much as the PS5 Pro. I mean, the PlayStation 4 Pro wasn't.
Did it sell though? Are those numbers aren't selling? Those numbers aren't the numbers sold. Those numbers are shipped. That is totally different.
Exactly. So even if you said sold, even if it was sold, they were sold to scalpers who are now trying to get rid of it. They're not in the hands of actual customers. How many people, it's not many people that couldn't go in and buy one because they're sitting in the stores. You can just go buy one off the shelf whenever you want.
Yeah.
But there must have been thousands, tens of thousands picked up by these scalpers who thought that they were going to be able to make a quick buck on them, and they couldn't.
Yeah, 100%. Loads were picked up by the scalpers. But, something I said in my previous stream, the PS5 Pro at least did one thing that is truly amazing. And it has done something that the Series X, the Series S, or the base PS5 couldn't do. It achieved one thing that none of these consoles could do, even the Nintendo Switch. It made scalpers lose money.
Yes. I love that.
It made scalpers lose money because no one is buying it. Devastator, Kojima bought the rights to Death Stranding 2. Yep. And they also, from now what we know, own the rights to Fizzint as well. So now they own the rights to Fizzint. They own the rights to Death Stranding. I don't know if they owned... I guess they own the rights to OD as well. So now they've got 3 IPs on their belt. Kojima knows what he's doing. My dude ain't messing about.
No, he wants to be in control of his IP, unlike what happened over at Konami.
Well, I don't blame him. I mean, I do want another kind of Metal Gear style game. I am craving for a game like that.
Yeah. I don't think he ever wants to have anything happen where, that Konami stuff again, where he loses control of it over his life's work.
Would you sell your console to your girlfriend for $500?
Oh man, not that mess. That was terrible. That was terrible. How could you do that?
Oh, man.
How could you do that? I saw that. I'm like, that's a joke, right? Somebody's punking me. No grown man would do that.
No, he did. And then Sony, a week later, said, by the way, folks, brand new $375. Which, by the way, that is some amazing 4D chess that Sony played there. Go back to 2020 when the PS5 first launched, the all digital. It was $399.99. And they've only reduced the price from the original base price. I know they say they've knocked it down by $70, but from its original launch price, the digital, they've only knocked it down by 20 quid. $20.
Right, it went up in price.
It did, and then they knocked it down.
Which is insane.
The bigger it is, the lower the fall, the bigger the fall, right? And it looks good.
His girlfriend's gonna dump him again.
Sappho, I think the Pro is a good machine. As long as you have a VRR display. If you've got a VRR TV, I think the Pro is... I think it's overpriced still. I'm not gonna change my mind on that. I think it's $100 too expensive. Or £100 too expensive. But it's a decent upgrade if you have a VRR enabled TV. If you do not, then I don't think it's worth the money. And this is coming from someone that bought it for $100. Despite the fact Reforge said I stole it.
Yeah, I would say it's probably about $200 too much, and what I mean by that is because
Well, I mean,
$699, no stand, and you got to buy the disk drive separately, so you end up paying like $830 for it.
I think 600 would have been fine. The base one was 500 at the time.
Yeah, but 600 with all the pieces to it, though.
From what I'm seeing, Sony doesn't want physical anymore. Sony wants digital. And so they're trying to put a premium on having physical. They don't want you to... Because companies lose a lot of money on physical. People don't understand that. Like, for consumers, it's amazing, right? Because we can go to the shop, buy second-hand games. But companies like Microsoft, Sony, Capcom, Sega, all of these lose a lot of money through the second-hand trade. Because they don't get any of that benefit. So what I see Sony doing there is trying to put a premium on the actual price and basically saying you don't need a drive, just go full digital. I mean, I see the PS6 being full digital anyway. The PS6 will be full digital. But I think £600 would have been fine. Sony's arrogance is essentially killing them now. Sony's arrogance is bewildering. But you've got a lot of ponies out there that like that. I mean, they like to buy consoles, they just don't like to buy games. So, we're back to the PS2 era of stuff where everyone's buying it for the Blu-ray the DVD drive, rather than it's crazy. Apparently it sold like 80,000 copies in Japan, but again, you can't really tell because those sold, it's not sold, it's shipped.
Now there's a game I can't wait to play, E-Day.
E-Day is going to be good.
Yeah.
But I mean, look at this. So that is the PS5 Pro quality mode, and they're just comparing the ray tracing. And this is like ray tracing low compared to high, and you can see the high is just way better. Even low, it's slightly better than what is available on Alan Wake. And again, this here you can see it clearer. This is on low ray tracing, the same scene. You're just not getting the same amount of details, the same quality that you would on thing. I just don't think even the Pro is ready for ray tracing. And I don't know, it's really weird because up until the Pro released, 30 FPS was a taboo. Now I'm seeing so many people coming out of the woodwork saying that 30 FPS is good and acceptable. It's so weird. Anyone else noticing that at all? PlayStation fans now saying that 30 FPS is a good standard because of ray tracing?
I mean, as we get later in the generation, that kind of happens.
No, but would you pick 60 FPS without ray tracing over 30 FPS with ray tracing?
No.
But now I'm seeing loads of PlayStation fans saying that they would pick 30 FPS.
They're making excuses.
It's bollocks.
That's a bunch of nonsense. Because if they had the choice to get ray tracing at 60, they'd be like, "Oh, 30 is crap." But because it can't do it, yeah.
They all did, Byron. That's why the Xbox One was supposed to be all that DRM crap. Because they just lose too much money. They do.
Do you remember for like a year, back in, I don't know what year it was, but when you went to go buy used games, if it had multiplayer on it, in order to get the multiplayer unlocked, you had to pay like an extra $10 to those companies. That only lasted about a year or two, and then they stopped that right away.
I don't think we had that in the UK. Was that like a US thing?
Who was? I think it was like EA.
I believe EA would do that. I believe EA would do that, but I never really played EA games.
I think it was EA and Activision that were like, "No, you got to give us $10 if you want us to unlock the." I was like, this is. Yeah, it didn't last long at all, because people were like, I'm just not gonna buy it."
It was in the UK too, Ghosty? I guess I just don't remember it. Rabbi, Satya Nadella will never... He ain't going to leave. They're probably going to turn him into some kind of AI and still run the company. The guy just makes them... The guy that prints them money. In the easiest language to understand, he makes them too much money for them to get rid of him. Why do people dislike Gears? Because, I mean, it's not so much dislike. It's just it's one of the weaker ones because it just played it too safe. It never took a risk. It always kind of just... Every time it came to a point where they're going to take the risk and go, hey, let's take the risky route to the left, they always took the safe route to the right. And it never really pushed the game into directions it felt uncomfortable. It just always played it safe, and I think that was the biggest takeaway I can really say for it.
Absolutely beautiful game, though.
It's a good
What
game.
they pulled off with that hardware
Yeah.
was amazing.
But someone said, I forgot who it was now, about Death Stranding being a strategy, a test to see how it sells. And I think Sony got their answer. It went straight to number one on the Xbox most paid games, especially at a discount it was released. It leapfrogged Call of Duty. It went straight to number one. So,
which is insane.
and as much as ponies want to deny it, shareholders are looking at this sort of data. This is the data that they look at. How much more money can I get for my investment? There's a reason Spider-Man isn't getting the DLC. And it's not because they didn't have time. It's because they didn't make enough money to even break even. That's why it's going to PC earlier. As early as it is, so they can try and recoup. The shareholders most likely said, no, you need to stop development on everything else. Push it to PC so we can make more money. Port it, because porting is cheaper.
Oh yeah, a fraction of the cost of making a game from the ground up. A fraction of the cost.
Bags, isn't that the same with PlayStation though? Any Xbox game, but the moment it goes over to, I remember people saying that Hi-Fi Rush was trash. It goes over to PlayStation, it's amazing. Look, I've got Hi-Fi Rush. I saw people bigging up Pentiment on PlayStation. That's just weird. No one bigs up Pentiment. Not even Xbox fans bigged up Pentiment.
Yeah, I couldn't get into Pentiment. I got to be honest about that. That was not for me.
What did I say about ponies and not Xbox fans, Bags? I mean, what's so funny about that, Bags? On Xbox's most paid, it was at number one. It works both ways. What do you mean? Just like Sony fans do it to PlayStation Xbox fans, it's going to happen the other way. You literally just proved that with Death Stranding.
Yeah, Sony's gonna hold on to Spider-Man as long as they can.
It's dropped to second now, but it was at number one. It was number one, but it has dropped to number two now. Because, especially with this one, the season pass is coming out, and it's just cheaper to buy the Vault Edition than it is to buy the season pass. I think both sides should stop doing it. Shitting on games they have no intention of playing or buying. But it's never going to stop. I mean, you're looking at Cole Eastwood getting ridiculed over Death Stranding right now, where they're pulling out all the receipts.
Yep.
That guy called this game trash, walking simulator. He got bored of it after Chapter 3 and couldn't continue no more. And now the first 3 hours were fantastic, and it's the best game he's ever played. You know, the receipts don't lie. I'm probably going to get blocked for that, but it is what it is. That's the thing, Sanchez. They say they only buy physical, but didn't their quarterly earnings show that 90% was digital and 10% was physical. But it's just both sides do it, and it's irritating. It's stupid. It's just different.
It's a little bit of.
It's weird because Steve is a huge fan of Colt. I don't know if you know Steve, JD, but I don't know if he's in chat, but he really likes Colt.
I don't know what's up with Colt, man. Sometimes I don't know. Colt seems like a good guy, but he seems like he's wavering on the line of right there. Like, does he want to be a pony bot, or I don't know. He went from like hardcore Xbox to like he's right at that line.
See, I've always like been more Xbox aligned, right? I've never denied this. I prefer my Xbox console and stuff to my PlayStation, but I've never denied that I enjoy PlayStation games. And I review them fairly, and if it's a good game, it's a good game. If it's a bad game, it's a bad game, and I've never denied that, and I've been as transparent with that as possible, even though people still don't believe me, you know. But I've tried to be as transparent with that as possible because I just enjoy video games. I'm not going to say I don't have an allegiance. Every one of us have a bit of tribalism inside us, where you follow your favorite football team or whatever. You've got your favorite brand of clothes. You know, for me, I really like. I do like Xbox, but I'm not going to sit here and just trash a good game.
No,
I can't do that.
I mean, I like Colt. He makes some really good, high quality content. But he does look like he's at that line right now. Like, does he want to cross? I don't think so, but he's at the line. You know, I don't think he wants to go full Tim Dog or anything like that, though.
No one should go full Tim Dog.
Yeah.
No one should ever go full Tim Dog.
No. Yeah, no. I don't. Yeah. That was bad. Yeah. I thought I'd never live to see the day when he would do that, though.
He lost it, man. Like I said, and he lost it. He went completely cuckoo.
He's got like PTSD or something, you know, from Xbox.
I mean, what gave him the idea that Phil was going to give him a heads up of what's happening on board level meetings? I don't understand. That's another level, man. That's
like,
another level.
He should have, like, Phil should have called him personally to tell him, listen, we're gonna. I don't know what would lead you to. I don't know.
Nothing.
I feel bad for him thinking that kind of stuff.
That's not even normal.
Yeah, like I don't know how you get there. I mean,
but this whole video that he released recently, I'm not sure if anyone's seen it, with the UDNA and how he's trying to big up UDNA and whatnot.
That has got nothing to do with this Xbox, to be honest.
I mean, it's got.
I don't want people thinking that.
Do you know what UDNA even is?
Yeah, it's the combination of, you know, both architectures, but that's got nothing to do with the Xbox.
I mean, even if it did, what
not
does
the
it
current
matter?
one.
No, but a number of years ago, AMD decided that if they split their UDNA originally, whatever it was, I think it was still called UDNA.
CDNA and RDNA.
Yeah, they split it because basically you've got the graphical data input, data driving.
That became RDNA. Yep.
That became RDNA, and then you got data.
And CDNA went to the servers.
Yeah, correct. And so they split it up because they believed that if they split it up and gave each one their own separate protocols, they would run better. They've now realized that just adds more taxing, and with them now implementing AI into their FSR4 and stuff, now they want to combine it back again and recall
because it requires double the engineering effort.
Yeah, But all they're
Yeah, you
doing
have to have
is
double the
reversing what they
engineering
did.
effort.
Yeah, all they're doing is reversing what they did years ago by
Yeah.
splitting them into two and recombining them back again. It's going to have no physical benefit. It's just,
It's got nothing to do with the Xbox.
no. That was just a whole bunch of just jargon being thrown around for no reason whatsoever. And then you just had a bunch of people who were so ill-informed. And that's the thing I don't like about it, because it's just misinformation at maximum.
So here's the truth. Some I found out myself. Some, I had to go look up. But will the Xbox get better? Yes, but not because of UDNA. That's got nothing to do with it. It'll get better because of FSR. They've got a newer version of that's compatible with the Xbox. It can use FSR 3.1 whatever.
0.2.
That'll come to the Xbox. Does Xbox have machine learning on it? It does. That's what it uses for auto HDR. I found out, but the level of machine learning in it right now, they haven't done anything to have an equivalent to PSSR. They just don't have that. Is it possible that Microsoft could bring its auto SR to the Xbox? That's possible. It uses roughly the same amount of compute power that the Xbox has available for that. Will they? I don't know. They may be saving that for next gen.
No. Auto SR is going to be something that's going to be rolled out to the current gen Xbox. But it won't have the same impact that you're seeing with proper upscalers. You're also going to see FSR 4 being retroactively supported by Xbox, but it's only going to be the software side of FSR 4 that's going to be supported, where they're going to, and what they're going to do is leverage the data that comes from the machine learning AI side of things as raw data that will kind of, they're going to extrapolate that data and then try and apply it to the software. So it will never be as good as, hardware AI.
They'll probably use both, honestly, because FSR, the 3.1,
0.2,
that they can use with Xbox, which doesn't require machine learning because it's just a software level.
I mean, even FSR 4 can be used without machine learning.
They can use that. But the Auto SR, which does require machine learning and can be used, that's a post-process thing. It actually adds a little bit of latency. It's a post-process thing, unlike PSSR, which is not a post-process. You actually have to do that during development.
Mm-hmm.
So it requires a patch in order to be enabled. Where Auto SR, that's a post-process thing.
Yep. So it's a little easier to do because you don't need as much, computing power in order to do it, because you're doing it after the image, which is why they can get away with Auto SR. But what people are not understanding or failing to, if they're thinking like DLSS sort of AI-driven upscalers, when the Xbox isn't going to get that, but they are going to, as they say, leverage the AI data. They're going to extrapolate that data and use the data that they've got to make the software better. So you're still going to get the upscaling, you're still going to see the benefits and
frame generation.
Yeah, you're going to see. I hate frame generation. Frame generation is not good. Even on PC, it's not good. It adds so much latency. If you can avoid frame generation, you avoid it like the plague. DLSS and whatnot is fine, but the moment you add frame generation, like physical frame generation, where they put fake frames in, that is not good because it can get really bad. But FSR will be useful on Xbox. Just more games need to use it. RoboCop uses it, and it's really good. Just more games need to use it. But frame gen is bad. Frame gen is really bad. I know PlayStation fans right now are bigging up frame gen like it's the second coming of Jesus. It's bad. Frame gen is just bad. Even on DLSS, it is bad. And it's just not a good thing.
I say if you put FSR 3, the 3.1 or whatever, and then you add Auto SR in there, the combination of both will give you something pretty good. Will it be as good as the other options? No. But will it be better than what they have? Absolutely. The question is, if and when will they activate Auto SR on the current Gen Xbox?
That's a good question. That is a good question. And
they have the capability of doing it, but will they bother to do it?
They will. They're just very slow at doing it. They're really quick at kind of pushing trends, but really slow at doing everything else.
So, yeah. That's where I'm at with it, in terms of just what can they do versus what will they do.
But FSR will definitely be playing a major role. It just needs to push more. Microsoft just needs to be faster with it. And, I know a lot of people are going to compare it to Pisser and whatnot. I just think it's stupid. Don't compare. You don't need to compare. FSR will always be the weaker version. There's no denying that because it's software. It's not AI driven.
And even the Auto SR, which is AI driven, the version that Microsoft has, that's a post process. It's not the same. And that's why it doesn't require, as many tops as the Pisser.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's a post process. It only deals with, the output image. So, I don't know. It'd be nice if they kind of gave us a roadmap. What do you think we're going to see, honestly, in terms of what would you predict? Because it's just over a month away now, right?
Mm-hmm.
At the Game Awards.
In terms of who's going to win?
In terms of, that's Astrobot. They've been playing that up since the moment they announced.
Dustborn isn't on your top 10 list? Your top 5?
And it's Keeley's. At the Keeley's, of course, it's going to be Astrobot. He's not going to let anybody else win it.
It's got to be Dustborn.
It's the only game they put out this year. You think it'll be who?
Dustborn. Dustborn
really?
is going to win. No, I'm joking. Honestly, you're going to see. I'm just trying to get to a game on the video that I'm showing on screen. Is it this one? No. This game here, Still Wakes the Deep, that's on right now, was one of the best games I've played this year. It won't win, but I think it definitely deserves to be nominated. This game was phenomenal. From its voice acting, to its horror, to its gameplay, to its psychological, everything in this game was just so damn good.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that made by the studio that made
Sumo Digital?
Oh. Okay.
Black Myth won't win it because the Monkey King didn't have tits. You think I'm joking? That game got blasted for not having a female version of a Monkey King. And apparently it was being sexist because kings don't necessarily mean that they have to be males.
What?
Hey, I don't make the rules.
They've gone crazy with this DEI stuff. Like, seriously, I heard that they were going crazy over South of Midnight because it's black folklore.
Yeah, they I don't know what they were going on with that, but that was weird for me. A game based on black folklore and black mythology, having a black female lead or a black lead in general, and they're like, no, that's being woke, and I'm like, no, that's not how this works. Just because it has a black character in it, that's not how this works. If they complained about Dragon Age the Veilguard, I totally get it. That was weird. Actually having, DEI training courses inside the actual game was weird. Having a whole moment where someone decides that they're going to come out that they're non-binary is weird in a video game.
and preach to you in the video game.
Yeah, literally. I'm like, I
You're
don't want
wrong.
to.
You have to do it like this.
That's weird, but what South of Midnight is doing is right. And I had someone like reach out to me and like going, "Oh, you know, you are. I see you're liking these games a lot." And I'm like, "What? Games that look good? Yeah, of course I'm gonna like games that look good." I mean, I'm really enjoying Life is Strange at the moment. I know what that game is, and it's a really good game. I didn't think I'd be enjoying it as much as I am, but I'm really enjoying it. But you know. People are just...
Once again, it's about good games, right?
If the game is good, it's good. I mean, even Unknown 9, which I need to finish, everyone has been criticizing that, and you know, it's not the greatest game. It's got its flaws. But it's a good enough game to play, and at the price that it was released at, I think it was like $34.99. It's a good game for that price. Now, if it was $70, I'd be criticizing it a hell of a lot more. But
hey, my favorite game recently was Flintlock, and apparently nobody liked that game, but I liked it.
I've downloaded that. I've just not had a chance to play it.
I had a lot of fun with it. Oh, it's got a black lead female character, by the way. Maybe that might put you off. I don't know.
God damn it.
I like
There's
it.
my deal breaker right there, man. No, I'm just kidding
know,
before someone clips me out on that.
All that DEI stuff running around here. Oh my God. They better not have any melanin in their skin or the game's terrible. I enjoyed the game. I thought it was, it had some unique things that it did. I mean, it's not perfect, but it had some unique things that it did that I thought were really good.
Indy misses the cutoff, yeah. Devastated going back to work. Oh, dang. Still working, dude. Mate, it's like, what time is it here? It's 11, and I'm having a good time. Oh, power's back. But yeah, it's crazy. Oh man, I really want that mount. I'm just not good enough to get it.
He's back.
I am back indeed.
But
I will say I've played Star Trucker, and for as simple of a game as it is awesome.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. It looks pretty good.
By the way, for anyone that's been missed out on the Pixel Remaster Collection, it is back on sale for $56.24. The whole set is available for those that missed out originally on there that wanted it. All of them are on sale again at 25% off. Good games. Good way to get into the franchise for those interested. Just thought I'd share it. But yeah, overall, outside of Phil turning around and saying that stupid thing about Halo, which is clearly what's going to overshadow everything and the red tape, he just needed to keep his mouth shut with that. I think the new branding, the new direction that they're going is the right direction. And I don't think anyone in chat has actually disagreed with that, to be fair.
I like the new ad campaign. It's good.
Take it easy, Force Logs. Remain legend, my dude. What do I think of the 2TB Xbox? I like the design. I didn't personally pick one up because it just... Well, I want to get the Halo one. I'm still trying to source a Halo one, the limited edition one of that. I think the memory cards are just way too expensive. $200 for the expansion port is crazy when they could have just did something different and made it cheaper.
$200, it was like $330 or
it used to be $400 for the 2TB.
Yeah, which is crazy. That was
technology is supposed to go down. That's the whole point of it being so many years old.
Yeah, but
it's
$400
still too expensive though. Compared to NVMe drives, it's too expensive.
How much is a 2TB NVMe?
Like $100 bucks, about $100, $120 tops.
Okay, so for the convenience of me just being able to pop it out and pop it in there without taking anything apart, I
Which
give you
takes
50
2
bucks for that.
minutes.
True, but I'd give you 50 bucks for the convenience. So it's a little expensive. If this was 169, I'd be like 159, 169. I'd be like perfect because I'd give you 50 bucks for the convenience of me not having to open anything up and me being able to just pop it out and take it with me and plug it in somebody else's Xbox.
It's like $1 for every 10 gigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if the 1 terabyte one was 99.99, I'd have bought it. But that's the maximum I'm willing to pay for 1 terabyte. That is my ceiling. I'm not prepared to pay anything more than that. I just think it's not worth it.
What is it right now? Like 139 or something?
In the UK, it's £130, and that's just it's £30 above what I'm prepared to pay for, because I just feel like I'm getting ripped off. When I installed my NVMe drive in my PS5, it took me like a minute or two. You just pop the top off, one screw, plug it back in, screw the NVMe in, screw the one screw in, and that's it. Overall, it's just 2 screws, and it's 129, yeah, 130 quid. But you can, it's just so much cheaper, and I think in my opinion, Sony did it right that way. Microsoft got it horribly wrong. What Microsoft should have done is made it readily available to other platforms, to other manufacturers, and not restrict it to one that can dictate and price gouge everyone. By making
they
it
opened it up to
exclusive
2, but that's still not enough.
No, they need to open up to everyone.
Yeah.
And so then you got healthy competition.
Yeah, I think you're right on that because no one wants to pay more. I certainly don't want to. I'd pay for the convenience, and like I said, I'd pay up to $50 more than a regular drive. So you're saying that they're about 130 bucks. Okay, so I should top out at about 169 bucks for a 2 terabyte. And I think you're right on point at
all right.
99 for 1 terabyte. That would be perfect.
Yeah. That sounds about right. Apparently, Mooch is going on a 3-hour tirade on shitting on Xbox and how Xbox is going third party and how Xbox is bad, but all their games are great now. For anyone that cares.
Live on his show or on Twitter?
Yeah, poor Mooch.
And this is what I was saying, Bags. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. You said Xbox fans were shitting on Death Stranding and now it's a good game? Ponies were shitting on Xbox games, but now they want the whole lot. Because now it's magically they're all good games.
And that's another thing. Strategically, I think Xbox is doing that on purpose. Because now with the idea of them going to PlayStation, you won't have them, review bombing these games like they've been doing.
What was the most recent game that just came out that scored higher on Xbox by almost 10 whole Metacritic?
Or even just think about what they just did with that Lego Horizon game that went to Switch.
That was awful.
Look what they did to that. All the reviewers bombed it because they're mad at PlayStation for bringing it over there.
Let me show you something. Let me see if I can find it. I actually, for some reason, Jay Barry's been appearing on my feed a lot lately. I don't know how you guys feel about him. But the dude has actually got some occasional okay takes, I guess.
Long as it's not J-Dub. Not J-Dub.
No, not J-Dub. That guy's an idiot. That guy's a bona fide bellend. But listen to this. I'm going to put the volume up so it's going to come out from the same channel as you guys talking. So it's only a minute long. But Vijay Barry says, not a fan of the Lego Horizon. I think it's funny, but I don't like the story direction, and I love the character Aloy too much to see her depicted in this way. I do think people will enjoy it, heck I might enjoy it, but so far not a fan. I'll continue playing and finish it, but this scene, facepalm, and yes I know it's Lego, but I totally agree with him on this scene, but here it is.
I have something for you. A strange device Tirsa found next to you when you were a baby. It's called a focus?
I won't ask why you've kept it from me all this time because I'm just too excited. Gimme! Huh. Does it go like... Looks like it goes... Here.
Well, come on. I've waited years to find out what it does.
Whoa. I can see stuff shining on those targets. Like it's telling me where to shoot. This must be so rare. Like one of a kind.
Actually, Tirsa found a whole bag. Always good to have some spares, right? For friends and family?
What do you think?
It tried to be a little bit comedic, and it's for a younger audience. Come on,
No, I
give 'em
get
a
that.
break.
But they changed the story. They changed the lore. They changed... I don't think you'd need to compromise the game just because it's Lego. Hey, Chille. That's
I don't know
not
how I
she
feel
got
about
the,
that.
That's not how she got the focus.
No, absolutely not.
She found the focus
No,
deep
it's
in the
not.
cave.
Yeah, with a very dramatic moment.
And don't get me wrong,
So-
I get it. It's designed for a younger audience. It's designed... I mean, some of the reviews I'm seeing for the game are definitely not fair. Right? One of the reviews I've seen knocked it off like 2 points because it's a kiddie. They said because it's a kiddie game.
It's supposed to be a kiddie game.
It's
I was
a
about to say, of
fucking
course it's a
Lego
kiddie game. It's Lego.
What do you want it to be? I mean, I would love to see a Doom Lego game, to be fair. But actually, I really want to see a Doom Lego game. That would be... oh, that would be so good. But what did you expect was going to happen? If anyone wants to join and has any opinions on today's discourse, there's the link. Feel free to chime in. But what did you think was going to be the target audience for this game?
I
Super
think the
mature
problem
Lego.
is people are trying to compare it to the original story too much and not a retelling from a Lego perspective for a younger audience. And I think that's where the disconnect is.
No, I get that, but I still think that they could have kept the core of, the key point. Make like certain parts Lego-ified, that's fine. But they could have kept the core story because it's not just going to be kids that are playing the game. I think they could have kept the core aspect, the core story points, the key points, the same. They could
And
have
I will
changed
say
everything
that Final
else.
Fantasy VII, the trilogy remake, is also suffering from this as well, because they're changing too much of the backstory from the original.
But they were
I
always
think
going
that's
to do
what's
that.
causing for the Lego.
But they were always setting
Well,
out to do that.
They didn't until it was launched for the first one for remake itself.
Yeah, remake always set out to change stuff. That's why those wraiths or whatever you want to call them, I forgot what they're called now. That's their whole purpose, to kind of try and control the timeline, but which is why I think it was it Biggs or Wedge at the end that got pushed out the window, so they could correct the timeline because he was supposed to die in the collapse, and he didn't. So they pushed him out of the
Wedge.
window. Wedge, yeah. So they pushed him out of the window to correct the timeline. But then they went through that portal and everything changed. But the whole purpose of 7 Remake was that it would give you that Final Fantasy 7 experience, but a retelling of it. It was always going to be a retelling, which is, why I don't have a problem with them changing things, because a retelling is a retelling. It's going to change. I don't know. Because this is a beloved franchise from Sony, I guess people expected them to have a little more care, considering it was Guerrilla Games that did most of the development, so they actually went against it as well. But you know what, Safo? You do, and like JD said as well, it's designed for a younger audience. Just take it as it is. But for people who are very attuned and fond of the Horizon series, I can see why they're a little kind of, I wouldn't say upset, but not happy with them changing stuff that they were
I
expecting
mean,
to see.
just from the trailers that we originally got back in the PlayStation Showcase, as abysmal as it was when they announced this, just from some of the scenes that they were showing, like building a roller coaster in the world, I mean, it was going to be silly. And that's usually the point of Lego games, is they are silly retellings of what it is. Chille.
Block firing gun. You know what? They need to make a Doom Lego game just so we can just have fun. That would be so cool. That would be so damn cool.
Yes, yes, it would. Speaking of like different kind of games mixing together, what's this I hear about them taking and putting like Halo and Doom in Call of Duty?
So that's the
Have you
current.
heard that?
That's the current rumor going around. They're just going to be skins, right? They're not going to be anything else.
I'm thinking they're just going to be operator skins, yeah.
Yeah, they're just going to be operator skins, so you'll look like Master Chief or the Doom guy. But I think that would, like, this is the thing with Microsoft right now. They have so many IPs that they can call upon within their arsenal. I mean, they can even use Marcus Phoenix, right? Although they would have to slim him down a little bit because the guy's a bit too big. But they can. They've got just. Can you imagine like Crash or Crash Bandicoot running up and doing a finisher? That would be funny.
How about a Lego Starfield?
That would take forever for them to make. But it's possible, but I don't think it would be as good as the smaller games.
Blasphemy, Devin.
What did he say? Gears of War is washed up? You're just saying that because Steve isn't here. He would have absolutely destroyed you, chewed you up, and thrown you out to the wolves. So is there anyone else that would like to chime in on today's discussion regarding the new direction Xbox is going? Again, I don't think Xbox is anywhere near dead. In fact, I think this is probably the first step they've taken to a new beginning. But the old console wars side of things, I think at this point is officially dead.
Oh yeah. The classic version of console wars, I mean, we got to move on from that.
That's gone.
Although I'll be Xbox down forever, but in terms of just the console hardware, no. I think they gave up on that specifically a while ago.
What, the hardware?
And there goes Astro Cyborg clipping
No.
Boomstick from this morning with C Money.
No. I think they're still going to make the hardware. I'm just saying in terms of trying to outsell PlayStation in the console hardware market.
They can't do that.
I don't think that's a focus for them anymore.
No, but they can't do it. Do you know why they can't do it? There's a simple logical reason why they can't do it. Not now, not with the next console. Because it is. Because you don't need to buy the specific console to play Xbox first party games.
Absolutely, yeah. Not with the current. Yeah, they can't.
Right.
Not with unless each one of these devices ends up with the Xbox serial number, and they call them all Xboxes.
Xbox referenced machines, and then that would be different. I still want them to release like a new Windows, like an Xbox phone. I would totally buy one of those. But because of this, the console isn't the platform anymore. In terms of, it's not the focus. It will always be the kind of the core where you can, if you want the complete Xbox experience, you buy the console. But if you're only interested in playing the game through Game Pass, then you've got access to all of these. And this is why, in terms of just console numbers, it will never match any of the others. But with the whole, I'm on Android, I can buy my game on my phone and play it right now, that just eliminates that worry. See, the biggest concern for a number of years was that because Microsoft had a small player base, console base, third-party companies would skip them. Now, what Microsoft need to do is prove that by having, and this is why they're doing this big push, right? This is the whole reason for this. Now they're trying to push out and educate people that Xbox is more than just a set-top box. You can play it on your cloud when you're going and waiting somewhere, on your MetaQuest, on your TV, on your Fire Stick, laptop, whatever you want. But what this needs to turn into is actual users. And if they can get right now they're talking about 500 million MAUs, right? But let's just look at that only on Xbox and cloud. And let's just say 250,000 of that is from the Xbox console and the cloud. If they can turn that to 750,000, and the fact that you can buy your games on an Android phone and start playing them at any point, which means it will work on the mobile, on the MetaQuest, on the TV, on the Fire Stick, on pretty much everything, right? Let's discount the consoles there for a second. That's huge when it comes to third-party publishers and saying, right, we don't want to now skip this console. It doesn't matter that the Xbox has only got 20 million units sold. What matters is that they've got 200 million users buying their games right now from all of this. And because you can buy it on from your mobile phone or through the cloud and play it instantly through the cloud, that opens it up. So they're making a big push here, and this is why they're doing that big push. And if those numbers actually turn around and work in the way Microsoft wants it to, and that's a big if, then Microsoft will have landed a goldmine, and no third-party studio in their right mind will skip Xbox, regardless of the console sales. Now, if none of these, amount to any increase in users and games being sold and purchased and whatever, then it's not increasing the number of people playing their games, then this will have been a massive flop. But their whole ambition here is we shouldn't need to sell the console. Now that we can sell the games online over the cloud and you can play them instantly, you can play your game right now on your mobile phone, the Fire Stick, the TV, the MetaQuest, the ROG Ally, or any portable PC cloud gaming console, your laptop, wherever you want. And we're telling publishers right now that we have just quadrupled our, console base overnight. And that's what they're hoping for. And that's the vision for this. And that is why this is an Xbox. This is why they're pushing this so aggressively. And it's the right move. I want a Lego Mario 2 now, Safo. Have a good night, Ghosty. But this is basically the move that they're going for. And it all depends on whether what they're doing right now over the next 3 months is going to materialize in players' uptake. It's a big gamble. If it's not, it's going to fall flat on their face. If it does,
What do you think about Xbox going the way of like the ROG Ally, where you can have an external GPU plugged in when it's docked? That's an interesting take. If they make the next Xbox modular like that.
Again, at that point, I'll just build a PC. Do you know how expensive those modulars docks are? With the graphics cards, the 4080 that they've got available for it, it's really expensive.
Oh yeah, I'm aware.
I think it's a good idea, but the price point needs to match, the consumer. As long as it matches and it's not they're not outpricing themselves, then that's fine. But the concern is that they may outprice themselves, and this is why Xbox releasing their own handheld is important, because we go back to the whole point that Asus can't subsidize their hardware, but Microsoft can. They can eat part of that cost, reduce the price of the initial, cost that you're paying for the handheld, and subsidize that through other means to make up that money, so they make it more affordable to enter into that foray.
Shout out to Peter Freakout 10 in the chat.
I'm sticking with PC gaming too. I mean, it's still Xbox, right?
It'll be PlayStation soon too, though.
I don't know. I think Sony will follow suit, but they're not ready to do that fully yet.
I mean, all their games are going there. They're just not day and date yet.
Yeah, and that's what's attracting people to buy the console. If Microsoft didn't make their games day and date on PC, they would have sold more units. The problem is, the moment they made their games day and date with PC, they lost a lot of people that would have bought an Xbox. And that's just the way it is. If they turn around and said, right, our games are going to come to PC a year or 2 years later, and then you're looking at the likes of Doom and stuff like that, you're telling me people are going to wait 2 years to play Doom? No. They're going to buy an Xbox
I'm not waiting
to play.
2 months. Not waiting.
But this is what I'm saying. People would, I don't want to wait a year to play a game. That's why I buy all platforms. If a game is out and I want to be able to play it day one. I don't want to wait. Final Fantasy 16, I know it's coming to Xbox. I've already been told it's coming to Xbox. It's not officially announced yet, but it is coming. But I wanted to play that day one. Unfortunately, it ran like shit on the PS5, so it took me like a year to finish. But the point is, I wanted to play it day one. And so if I wanted to play day one, it wasn't even available on PC. But Microsoft's mistake was releasing games day one on PC. And that is why their console business suffered. Because now you lost a whole market there that didn't need to buy it. You had PlayStation gamers who may have bought an Xbox to play Xbox games, but they don't need to because they've got a PC. You've got PC gamers who turn around and say, well, I might buy an Xbox, but they don't need to because they've got a PC. Even Switch gamers who, some of them might have wanted to play some of those Xbox games. If they've got a PC, they don't need. So you literally lost, 3 markets there of people that would potentially buy your console because the games are day one on PC. That is why the console didn't sell. There's no other reason for it. That is the primary reason why the console has sold 30 million instead of 60. It's day and date with PC. That's what crippled them. So it is what it is. This is their gamble, and this has to work.
But that's also how they got the dual entitlement. So I'll take the dual entitlement and the day and date on PC.
I don't know. What's come from it is cool. I'm not saying that. I mean, just look at it back in the Xbox One days, right? During the announcement of Xbox One, they announced that when you actually purchase your games, with the whole DRM thing, digital games, once you finished, you could have actually... there was a system implemented where you could trade your games back. You lose the license, but they give you Xbox credit for those games that you don't want to play anymore. Like, I really want that to come back. Why isn't that back anymore? But that was something that they actually said would be a thing at the launch of Xbox One. And when they changed the whole DRM thing, they took all of that away. But to me, based on where they are right now, this is the right approach.
So I'd like to point out something that Bags just said, almost as beautiful as the PS5. Bags, do you know that the latest iteration of the Pro doesn't even come with the little toothpick anymore? So when your games spin up in the Pro, if you don't have the vertical stand to stand it upright, that you can literally push down on the console and it jiggles.
It does come with it.
They took it out.
No? Who told you that? I mean, I've got a Pro. I'm telling you, it comes with it. And if you get the disc drive, it comes with the tall legs version, so it can stand better. It does come with it, though. 100%.
But yeah, you can still press down on the one side and make the whole system jiggle. And the little toothpick of a stand doesn't stop it from doing that when a disc spins up.
That's got to be the cheapest, most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
But that's
console manufacturer.
That's not true. I'm pressing mine
What
down
those
now.
look?
I watched it. If you push on one side opposite the stand, it does that. And you don't have to push hard to do it either.
You're talking like it tilts, yeah? You're talking it tilts. Like
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Yeah, so basically, the PS5 Pro comes with the plastic hooks, right, that you stick underneath. If you get the drive, inside the box, you actually get the bigger legs that come with it to stop that from happening. They supply all that with it, with the disc drive. I'm guessing what the person did, because I didn't actually see those legs the first time. My son found it in the box. They actually come in the box. He probably threw it away. But it comes in a box. Yeah. It's all pre-packaged.
All right, gentlemen, I have to head out. Final words from me. Those pathetic port-begging ponies still got no games. And if it's about games, if it's about competition, let us have competition.
Okay, Satcha. Have a good night.
Take care, JD.
All right, gentlemen. I'll see you guys.
Yeah, later.
But yeah, no. It comes the actual. It's in the box. It comes with the. So like the PS5 legs are like that big. But if you buy the drive inside, you've got like almost double the size. They're considerably taller, and it stops that from happening. Anyone that's showing you that it's missing and it's like flip-flopping, they're just doing it to be, disingenuous.
I don't know what game he was booting up, but he literally did the whole pushing down to make the whole console jiggle, and it had the stand on it. And then when he put in the disc, you see the whole system shaking.
All right. One sec.
This isn't going to translate well because of your green screen background.
Yeah, I'm going to change the background. There's the PS5 Pro. It's got the tall legs. It's not going down. Like, I have to really push this down to the point where I'm going to tip it. But the legs are here. Over here, so it's not doing anything. Now, if I really push down on this side, it's going to go down. But who's going to do that? No one's going to do that.
Yeah, he was pushing down on the skinnier side of it.
Yeah,
But no,
that's
you
just
have
purposely
it.
trying to-
You know better than I do. Like I said, this is just something that I saw from somebody else posting. Probably for clout, let's be honest.
Hey, do you see Oreo over there? He's right there. He's on the sofa sleeping. Good old Oreo. Anyway, go back to my Starfield. Take it easy, JD. Thanks so much for
It's
jumping
not
on.
just the games that have jiggle physics anymore, it's the consoles.
Hey, look. Jiggle
That
physics
would be
need to
funny.
be everywhere. We love our jiggle physics. Cut background. Stop your background. I have to put this on until I move. Otherwise, I'd leave it with just the normal background. But until then, until we move, because kids are still coming downstairs and whatnot. Oh god, I've moved the camera too much. Okay, there we go.
No worries, no worries.
But yeah, no, it does come with the legs. But if you push down on the other side too much, then yeah, it will tilt. But why would anyone do that?
Oh, to be honest, like I said, it was probably for clout and just, taking a pop shot at the PS5 and the Pro.
Which I totally get. Like this one, right? Chat, one last post in chat. If anyone wants to jump on and have their view heard, we've had 2 people jump in today, which was quite nice. JD and Power came in, which was cool.
I'm just happy that my computer's back.
Peter, you're right. I agree. It's still the PS5 Pro is more expensive than it should be. I'm not gonna deny that. Even though I got it for the price I got it for, that aside, I still think it at $700 it's overpriced. $800 with a drive is crazy for what you're getting.
Chille's in the chat, Zrog.
Chille was in the chat. Yeah, if I use the stand, I have to put it on the floor, and I don't want to put it on the floor. So, that's not something I can do. Although my kid took my old PS5, he was happy to take it, and off he went. I didn't sell it to him for $500, in case anyone was asking. We don't do that here. I mean, you're always going to pay more for official branding, right, Cygnus? What I was surprised, though, was how small the PS5 Pro actually is compared to the original PS5. It's crazy. I think it's actually... I'm not...
It's actually skinnier?
Yeah, skinnier and... it's lighter, skinnier, and smaller. It's crazy how smaller it is.
But it's also longer, too.
No.
It is taller.
It's not. Not from the original PS5.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I've compared them to. I've posted pictures of it.
If you stand them up next to each other without the stand, the PS5 Pro is taller.
No. It is not.
Even the dimensions say that it's taller.
But it's not. Let me see if I can find my post. I know it's on my phone. Man, those Stellar Blade outfits are insane. That Nier Automata collaboration is going to be so good. guess I didn't post it. It's on my phone. I'll post it next time. But no, the Slim is... The Pro is shorter. The Slim might be shorter, but the original PS5 is definitely taller. The original PS5 is tonk, man. That's huge.
Okay, that may be what I was looking at.
Yeah, it might be taller than the Slim, but I'm talking about the
This
original.
commercial is just funny.
Original PS5.
The commercial for this goat simulator is just hilarious.
Chaos still has Stellar Blade screenshots pulled up in... Damn straight, Drog, though. You know, Tower Fantasy ain't doing it anymore. Yeah, the limited edition one was nice, but that was way crazy. I would come on, but I have a lot of background noise. 7-year-old, 6-year-old. No one else want to... Anyone else have any other topics that they want to talk about? I think today's stream has been quite good. I've had a good time. Hey,
Here's a topic. Oh, go ahead.
Devin, can you play every Steam game on Steam Deck? I'm about to sell my brother a gun. What? And I'm thinking about buying one after Christmas. Is it worth it? Don't bother with a Steam Deck. Go with a Asus ROG. The Asus ROG will allow you to install every game. The Steam Deck will not. There are some games that you can go around using Proton. But in terms of, every game support, it isn't there. Whereas the ROG Ally is a Windows-based system, so it pretty much is just a Windows PC. And that will support everything. Thank you very much for that membership. The Steam Deck is cheaper, but the Asus ROG has more compatibility. And I think right now, due to Black Friday, the Asus ROG, at least the white one, has like $100 off. It's £100 off here, so I suspect it'll be $100 off in the US as well.
What do you think about the Black
can.
Ops 6 Season 1 drop today?
I haven't played it, but it's cool.
I was going to log into it later tonight. I didn't get the Terminus Easter egg completion, but I got the Liberty Falls one.
I haven't got any Easter egg completion, which was sad. They're all finished now, right?
As of the Terminus, or not Terminus, Season 1 drop today, you can no longer get the calling cards, especially for doing the 2 zombie modes.
Yeah, I think that's silly. Gating them like that is silly. Can I Steam on it? You mean play Steam or stream? If you're saying stream, I've heard people say that they've tried it and they've had okay results, but I can't really say yes or no because I don't have an Asus ROG Ally yet. And the Asus ROG Ally X is better. It has more RAM. So that might be the better option if it's priced within your range. But definitely the Ally is a better option if you want to play all Steam games. But the Steam Deck just cannot play all Steam games. Which is weird, right? I think it was for me, it was the overall experience, John, for Call of Duty, it was so different that it was just nice. It was done in a really good way. But this is the new skins coming for Stellar Blade. Like, everyone likes a bit of 2B, right? All I'm saying. Everyone likes a bit of 2B. Well, if there's nothing else anyone wants to raise his hand. If that's everything, then I think we have reached the end of the chat. Thank you to everyone that did jump on. JD Powerboss. Was hoping for a few more people to jump on to add, give their views, but we had a lot of...
always a pleasure, Chaos. Always a pleasure.
We had at least we had lots of positive discussions. I think the whole Xbox's dead drama is just... I mean, he's already made a video, right? DCG must have made a video by now that Xbox is dead.
Yeah, he has a new one out.
Okay, yeah. That had to come out because there's no way he was going to miss another opportunity for another Xbox is dead kind of thumbnail. But it is what it is. I'm going to see you all later. Thanks so much for hanging out. And yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday. I might stream some stuff over on Twitch this weekend, but...
The latest title he has, 7 hours ago, the worst Xbox cringe ever, showing the advertisement of Everywhere's an Xbox. That's the thumbnail.
See, I don't see this as bad. I know a couple of people already, I think Cygnus was trolling this, and I know... I think Bags was trolling this a little bit as well. I don't see this bad. I think this is the right direction for Microsoft. What they need now is for it to pay off. If it pays off, and it goes the way they want it to go, this will be hugely successful for them. And it will open up so many doors that was closed to them in terms of third-party games skipping. If it doesn't go the way they want, it's going to be very interesting to see how they pivot after that. But we'll see in 3 months' time, 3 to 6 months' time, on how this is going. The advertising for this is going to be aggressive. They are going all in on this. And it's nice to see them finally picking a lane. At least that's my thoughts on this.
One last topic.
Yeah?
What do you think of the Sony PlayStation price drop? And then they took the video down because they were getting such a backlash that they re-uploaded it without the price being shown.
Yeah, that was hilarious. But what's even more funny, like I said earlier in the stream when I think you left, was the fact that it's only $20 cheaper than the original retail price of the all digital. So that was
I saw Alex covering that.
That was 4D chess. It went up by...
Getting everything about it is still almost just as much as getting a regular PS5 with launch edition.
Yep. All right, folks. That's me. Peace out, folks. I'm out. Thanks for stopping by. I'll see you later. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I know you're all here still, so do it. Peace. Remain legend, folks. Like and subscribe.